Привет. Hello. Lovely to be here with you today on the final day for Pysanky for Peace. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge that I have an immense privilege to be doing Pysanky with you today. Many of my friends in Ukraine are unable to do this practice. They're either in a state of fear, they're in and out of bomb shelters, or have had to flee the country and their hometowns and may not know when they're going to be able to return. So it is very important this year more than ever that we continue this tradition of Pysanky. I feel it's very important that while my friends maybe are unable to do this tradition, that I hold on to the culture at this moment in time. Ukrainians are incredibly resilient and the culture will flourish again, but Ukrainians also need our support. I'm sure it's pretty well known that people are incredibly, the worldwide, impressed with the mightiness of Ukrainians. But we can't forget that they are a small nation and that they are a really peaceful nation. So I just want to take a moment to really share what the President Zelensky has been calling on the world and the international community to do. For many, many years, Ukraine has wanted to be a part of NATO for protection against Russian invasions and this situation that they're in at the moment. But this has not been approved. They have been, since the Russian invasion, asking to close the skies, which will stop Russians from shelling their cities. And this, the West have said no to this as well. I know it's, we have to be incredibly grateful for the huge amount of sanctions that the international has put on to Russia, and also, incredibly grateful for the weaponry and investment that has helped Ukrainians really sustain this resistance. But the atrocities are continuing and worsening. We're still seeing really sad scenes. So currently Zelensky is calling on international leaders and international communities to be able to provide weaponry for Ukrainians to be able to really hold this resistance. Again, I say Ukrainians are resilient and the Ukrainian culture will flourish again, but we need your support. So Slava Ukraini, and thank you for your time. And thank you for supporting this fundraiser of mine, Pysanky for Peace, because everyone that has donated, that has tuned in, that has shared the page, it really means so much to me that I've been able to share this culture with you, and also that you've been able to be so responsive and supportive in showing your solidarity. So today is the last day of the Pysanky for Peace event. And I'm going to do things a little bit differently today. So here are the three little Pysanky that I have created over the last few days. I'm very proud of them. And each of these will be gifted to the higher donor of those days. So thank you to those three people that are going to be gifted these eggs. But today what I would like to do is to do a few simpler, less intricate pattern. So, for example, I would call these kind of marathon-like Pysankas. So, for example, this one took 9 hours. But today I'll do some Pysanka that take a little bit less time, but are still equally as gorgeous. Hopefully this means that I can do more than one. And what I will do is anyone that donates, no matter what amount that they donate today, anyone that donates, I will be we'll go into a lucky draw to take part in a little bit of a raffle tomorrow morning, and they will be gifted the eggs that I create today. So please, I encourage you to spread the word, to get people to donate whatever amount they can. Every cent counts and is going to really important, critical humanitarian aid in Ukraine provided by the Ukrainian Crisis Appeal. With that, I'm going to get started so I can make as many of these little eggs that I can, so that I can gift them away. All right, I'm going to move these little treasures because I do not want to break them, and then I'll get started. Apologies, I'm just getting some challenges with people getting onto the link, so I'm just going to quickly have a little bit of a look at that. I'll let you enjoy looking at these eggs for a moment while I try and organise this technology. Okay, previous again. I'm glad. I just wanted to check that all links were correct. Thank you so much for being here. I have the chat working today. So if you are here, I'd love you to say hello so that I know who's joining me at this moment in time. As I just mentioned, I'm going to do a few smaller, simpler eggs today, equally as beautiful. And anyone that donates to the cause by midnight tonight, anyone who's donated over time will go into a lucky draw to win some of these Pysanka. So I'm just going to pop these eggs away for safety. They're very delicate. Okay. And I'll get started. So I can talk you through a little bit of, in a little bit more detail about some of the processes here. I'm just going to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. So basically, one of the bits that I love about Pysanka is the first thing that we have to do, which is to find an egg. So the first thing is to I've got a nice little collection here, and thank you to everyone who has donated eggs. It's really hard to find white eggs in Brisbane, but I've got a kind of like colourful bunch here. So just to kind of find an egg that you feel like has a nice shape for what you're working with. I think one thing that I've learned is that every chicken is different, which means that, they're all eggs come in all different shapes and sizes. So it's about finding a pattern or a kind of egg that suits for what you're trying to achieve. So I might go this one. I believe this is from lovely Janine, who very, very kindly sent some chicken eggs to me just the other day. She dropped them off to my door because I was in isolation. So huge thank you to Janine. So this little egg today, number one, I would like to just create a beautiful flower pattern. So I'm going to get started. The first thing that I do is I get a little bit of a pencil out, and I just want to usually divide my egg up. Now, because this pattern that I'm going to do today doesn't require as much dividing and kind of mathematical geometrical intricacies, I can be a little bit more freeform. So I'm going to bring you closer so you can see what's happening. Sorry. You think on day 3 I'd be better with technology, but I have to admit technology just is not my forte. I'm also a very messy person, so my desk remains messy, but I'm embracing it. Okay, so I don't want to do too much penciling here, but basically I'd like to do 3 beautiful flowers, kind of tulips. So what I want to do is just kind of write a little bit of a draft of the pattern, just so that I kind of get any jitters out of the way. I make sure that I've got enough space for the pattern itself. So generally in Ukraine or in Pysanka making, flowers represent goodwill, good charity, and love. Each different flower will represent different things, and the focus is a little bit funny. Sorry, let's just make sure you can actually see what I'm doing. I think it's because my egg is so shiny. It's that morning light. I'll make sure it's close up in a second. But yes, the eggs, the flowers represent love and goodwill and good charity. And also the traditional dress in Ukraine, I can also use an eraser. Eggshells are surprisingly strong, but each different region in Ukraine celebrates different flowers as well. You may have seen on my event page sharing the beautiful traditional headdresses, vinok, and each different region believes that they will celebrate different flowers of the region and different flowers for different occasions as well. I'm still learning about my heritage and my ancestors' culture. So if anyone has any other information to add, please do not hesitate to do so. So I'm just doing a little bit of a draft here for my flower pattern. I find it's helpful, particularly towards the beginning, just to get a few lines drawn so that I feel a little bit less nervous, because it is quite intricate work, and it can be quite hard to draw with wax. So it's nice to kind of get the first few lines out of the way. So drawing a leaf there. These flowers that I'm drawing look to be like tulips, which is also the flower of my home region in Australia, actually. barrel, known for the tulip time gardens. It was really beautiful to see my family also making, sitting around a table making Pysanka yesterday. Loved some gorgeous photos, and it just made me so happy that, that's how Pysanka should be made, around a table with friends and family, and some gentle chatter. So this is where we're at so far. Generally, the pencil, if you do it nice and light, will kind of come off once you start to put the wax over the top. And perhaps if I was a little bit braver, I'd just delve straight into using wax, but I think it's always good to warm up. Because once the wax is on the egg, it is pretty permanent. And that also can be a little bit of a challenge when you might kind of, sometimes the wax melts really nicely, but almost too nicely. And what will happen is you'll get a big blob on your egg. When that happens, you just have to embrace it. Make it a feature, make it a part of the design itself. So this is going to be a little bit of the design that I'm working with. It's actually also, the more times that I do this flower, I learn, by the third time you learn little techniques of how to draw the flowers themselves, which is really helpful. So the first one I kind of went leaf by leaf or petal by petal, but actually I recognize a way to do this instead is to start. Oh, I wish that focus would be working. I'm so sorry. Why isn't it? My camera seems to prefer the peripheries as opposed to the, there we go. I'll have to draw it really close to you. So I recognize actually you can start this flower by starting with 2 lines. So do that one, and then that one, and then build the tulip around that, which is a great thing to be learning in pencil, so that when I get to wax, I'll be that little bit more experienced. Okay. Just finish off with one big leaf. Okay, so this is what we're looking like so far. The joys of a focusing camera. I got this little webcam up. There we go. Beautiful. So some tulips there. These will end up being leaves. I've got a few stems in there as well. I think that's enough for me to kind of start practicing with. I can see that I might, some edits that I want to make, like I might put that leaf a little bit lower, but I can do that once I start with wax. So this is where the fun moment happens. Well, there's various fun moments throughout this very long process of Pysanka making, I have to be honest. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me have a drink of coffee. Right. Sorry, I'm figuring out where best to put you for this moment. Okay, so light a candle. Great. So first thing I do is to get a kiska. So this little tool, sorry. So my kiska, excuse me, is a little tool that has a little bit of a hole at the top and a tiny hole down the bottom. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to put wax in here and I'm going to melt it over a candle and it's going to come out the bottom. So in my in earlier days, or I believe the way that my nana used to do this, and I've seen photos of many Ukrainians doing this, is that they would actually use just a pencil and a little pin stuck out the end of it, and they would dip their kiska into wax and use it that way. So lots of different ways that you can do this, but look, I always like to have a practice egg for my first pencil, first kiska swipe. So basically, this is one that I've been testing out my colors. As you can see, wax ends up being on the kiska, on the egg, and basically whatever is drawn with that wax will repel any water, or any dye that you put it in. So I'll get started. So basically what I'm wanting to do is to really just build an outline for my pattern. Sometimes I use this little wire to clean the egg, clean the kiska. I'm sorry, my coffee hasn't sunk in yet. I think I'm starting to lose a bit of sense of what words are. Just going to erase, get rid of some of the pencil, just because it's a little bit strong and I don't want it to kind of stick on the egg for too long. So it's there for a guide, but I don't want it to kind of be stuck in the egg. So I get my beeswax. If you know the drill and you don't want to hear me blabbing away, feel free to put me on mute. That's fine. I won't be offended, nor will I know. But I do have comments up and running today. So please, if you have a chance, say hello. It would be lovely to know who's here watching today. First line is always the most nerve-wracking. So I might, but here we go. what I like about little free form patterns is that you can be, where the geometrical ones require you to be very rigid and accurate, these you can kind of work a little bit with the kind of shape of the egg or wherever your hand seems to be going at that time. I'm going to make this line, no, I'm not going to make it any thicker. I'm going to go like that. When doing lines, what I try to focus on is actually moving the egg as opposed to moving the kiska. It just makes me feel a little bit more stable, and it can be very hard to do straight lines. And I also put my little finger here just to really make sure I've got a nice close grip. So anything that I am writing with wax at the moment is going to remain the color of the egg. And once I start to put different dyes on and continue writing, different colors will make different patterns. And then at the end, you get the joy of removing all of the wax. Beautiful. This is how we're going so far. You can see once the kiska heats up, the wax starts to flow out a lot quicker. So you can see it's kind of getting a little bit thicker there. I actually quite like that thick line, so I might go over my other lines with a little bit to make it a little bit thicker. Now that I say that, it doesn't want to be thick. So privet, anyone that's joining, just to let you know, I'm just doing a few smaller kiskas today, or simpler kiskas. Oh, sorry, simpler Pysanka today. Simpler patterns that anyone can do, really. And I will be gifting these eggs through a raffle. So anyone who has donated so far will go into a lucky draw to be able to be gifted one of these eggs. Oh. The mathematical side of my brain is very satisfied by Pysanka. Just the creations of how lines can make shapes. I know that sounds simple, but it can be very satisfying when you're looking at a tiny egg for an amount of time. There we go. There's my tulip. Sorry, I've just recognised that you're not plugged into the wall. I don't want you to lose battery. Oh, good morning, Andrew. So lovely that you're able to comment today. I loved all of your eggs yesterday. I was particularly impressed with your design because I know it required a lot of line work, which I would argue is one of the hardest things in Pysanka. So it was very, very beautiful. And speaking to my uncle, who joined my family doing a lovely Pysanky event yesterday. Okay, next tulip. Short there. I feel like the wax is behaving today. Sometimes you can be drawing lines and the wax just isn't coming out, which can really make it hard to draw smooth lines. But today it's just flowing, which is, or when I say today, at this moment in time at least. So I'm going to enjoy it while it's there and do some nice smooth lines. I've got 3 tulips in there so far. But I'd like to fit another one in if I can. Could be pushing it. Might draw it on with pencil. Pencil is less permanent. So you know what? I think I like the 3. So this is where we're at the moment. Almost done, not quite yet. Do another little leaf in there. Can't help myself. Now, very subtle challenge that I have here that could only be in the situation of something so finite. I'm just trying to get my Kiska in focus. But I'm just trying to get my Kiska in focus. But my little Kiska has the tiniest of wobbles. Yeah, tiniest of wobbles. So when I press down and the line is, I don't know if you can even see it. You probably can't, but it's just a little bit wobbly there. So my previous solutions for this, as you'll see, is very creative. Where is it? That I'm after. Is to basically just to try and chuck some wire in there. I'm trying to find the one. I know where it is. So very lo-fi, but basically when this has happened, I've just found that a little staple squeezed in there just kind of stops it from wobbling. So that's how I've managed this situation. So I'm going to move to a less wobbly Kiska and put that one in hospital for another day. each different eggshell is unique in its own right, and as part of that, I feel like some eggshells like having wax on it, and then others just don't. The wax does not want to stick to it, and I have a sense that this egg might be a little bit like that. Not too problematic. I just make sure I kind of probably do a bit thicker lines, which always look quite beautiful anyway. Okay, well, I think that's all of my first layer done, which is fantastic. So this is where we're at. We have kind of tulip pattern, some leaves there. And this now is ready to go into some dye. So first color is yellow. Goodness, I must say, although I do enjoy doing a 9-hour, working on a 9-hour Pysanka, it is nice sometimes to know that you can do one a little bit quicker, less of an endurance event. This is a really great pattern for people that might be new to Pysanka making. So it allows a little bit of freedom, and it's also really easy to adjust. So if you kind of want to change a flower, it just kind of creates a nice basis and is always beautiful. Okay, so I'm just having a little check to make sure this egg is absorbing the dye, and it's looking beautiful. Fantastic. We're off and away. So to give you a bit of perspective, the little Pysanka that I did yesterday, I think it was only until hour number 4 that I actually dipped it into some dye. So, so there's variations on how detailed you want to get, and it's certainly a pleasure to do some little ones today. Oh, looking gorgeous. All right, I'm going to leave that in there for, say, a little while, maybe I would say 5 minutes, and I'm going to finish my coffee, have some pasca, and then I will be back very shortly. Okay, I'm going to try something I've never done before, but while this, oh, look at that cutie. Look at that. Lovely yellow. But I am going to let it soak for a little bit longer. So while this is happening, I'm going to start another egg. So I'm going to let this soak in for a little bit longer. And I'm going to get started on working with another egg. So this is where I'm testing my brain skills a little bit. But what's the worst that could happen? If an egg breaks, it's not meant to be. So, okay, what have I got here? I'd like to find a really white egg. And there's one that I'm particularly after. I'm just trying to find which one it is. This little beauty. Okay, so this egg is from City Chicks. Again, I just love that. So thank you to City Chicks for donating this beautiful egg. I am going to try some... Oh, actually, that one's quite a cute one too. I've got lots of lovely little eggs to work with here. Just deciding, big decisions. Okay, no, I'm going this one. All right, so for this one, I'm just going to be a little bit more freeform. So I was quite inspired by a pattern that I've seen on a Pysanky for Peace, Pysanky for Ukraine page. So in short, everyone around the world, a lot of Ukrainians, I mean, are, have a similar idea to me, and making sure that they hold on to this culture really strong. And a lovely woman called Amelia Randich made a gorgeous Pysanka, and absolutely inspired me in the kind of flowers that she uses, that I just loved. So I'm going to kind of riff off that pattern a little bit, and be a bit more freeform in this one, which is a little bit different for me. So we'll see how we go. All right. So again, I want to use some flowers for this one, but I like it to be a little bit more meandering in its style. So give it heaps of time for this egg to soak. I'm just pondering on how to kind of divide this egg up. I've Could go diagonal to change things up. Oh, it's scary. I'm usually very, I like to go with, even though as an artist and as a choreographer, I tend to be adventurous. When it comes to Pysanky, I like to kind of stick to the geometry. So I'm testing myself in being a little bit more dynamic and freeform. I think what I like about doing patterns that, from some of these books, that there's not a huge amount kind of really traditional patterns, is that I like to think that they're perhaps my ancestors have done just that pattern as well. Maybe a few generations ago. There's something quite beautiful about that. And here we go, my first more dynamic attempt of a freeform Pysanka. Well, just the first line anyway. I do also have an electronic kiska, which just keeps the wax continually hot. But I thought, given I'm sharing it with you in public, I might use the little bit more traditional method with the candle. I'll just draw 2 more lines and then have a look at how this other egg is going. I'm glad I chose to go diagonal. It's something a little bit different for me. Okay, this is how we're looking so far. This camera just does not want to focus. There we go. Really hard to get those neat parallel lines. But, I kind of like the imperfection of the Sanka. So I'm going to put this egg aside for a moment and check in with my yellow egg. Ooh. Just spilling some dye over there, but fortunately the lid is on. This is where things start to get a bit messy. Okay. Just organising my life, everyone. Give me a moment. Okay, here we go. I don't know, I've got earrings there. Probably not the most essential thing at this moment in time. All right, so we've got that egg going. I might pop it somewhere where it can't get affected. And get this one going. Let's see how it's looking. Ah, yes, that dye is sunk in a little bit more, which is really beautiful. Dye over there. I get a little bit of delight every time I pull an egg out of dye. It's just okay. So trying to think of the best place to put this guy. It's okay. Right, so now I just want to add some of the yellow lines. I might use, each different Kiska has a different level of thickness. So I'm going to use a fine Kiska for this to hopefully make for some finer lines. Again, please write a comment in the, if you can, in the YouTube link. It's always lovely to know who's here with me today. Last day of this fundraiser, but I will keep the fundraiser open until the Ukrainian Easter, which is next weekend. I believe it's the 24th. So if you know anyone that is thinking about donating or would like to donate, then please pass it on. Okay, so this is how it's looking at the moment. I'm going to add a little bit more detail into the tulips themselves. I believe they're tulips. Could be roses. Just going to heat up my Kiska a little bit longer because it just helps that wax really flow out nicely. There we go. So just to show you a little close-up of those flowers there. Just added those lines and that little kind of bud up the top. Last thing is to add a little bit more detail for the leaves. Sometimes it can be tempting to, really create fine lines for this work, because I feel like, fine lines are really hard to achieve. Or maybe that's just me. I think that I always want to kind of try and find one of the difficult ways to do things. But I must also say, I just find thicker lines can actually be really beautiful as well. So it just really allows the color to come through. So never be afraid of some thicker lines. I'm going to make these a little bit thicker, just to really let that yellow come through. Okay, so double checking. That is my yellow done. So the next, this one's moving along quite rapidly, and the next kind of color that I'll do, so I'll get back to this egg, don't you worry. But the next color that I like to do is green. So let me get set up. I'll take some of my dyes away. So the after green, the color that I want to use is actually going to be a orange. Now with Pysanka, you kind of have to work off different temperature of colors. So if I dunked the whole egg into green and then put it in orange, it probably wouldn't come out very nicely. So what I'm doing instead is I'm just going to be kind of using this little cotton swab to paint on the green color, just on the areas that I want to be green. Once I've done this, then I can put wax over these areas so that they retain that green color, and I will dip it into orange. As I put the green over, you can start to see both the wax from the white layer and the yellow layer kind of repelling that green. So you're starting to get a little bit of an indication of what this might look like, which is always exciting. I find sometimes colouring in the with the cotton swab, it's tempting to put heaps of dye on and but what kind of happens is it'll pull up like this, which will, I don't know if you can see that, but that will actually kind of make for a bit of an uneven tone. Not hugely problematic, gives you a little bit of texture. The way that I combat that is either to use, I've got kind of two ends, I've got my green end and I've got my thing, to either just kind of dab on and just soak up the dye so that it goes even, or which is something that I did yesterday, is to actually kind of just go all out with the liquid and leave it on there for a little bit of a time, and it'll kind of soak up the colour, and then I remove it with a tissue. But that way it's just a little bit more even coverage. If you ever want to try this at home, that is. I think just with how this egg is behaving, I might actually try that technique, really dabbing lots of quite a bit of dye onto the egg, and I might just let it sit for a little while. So really soaking it so that I get a nice strong green colour. And I can move on to my other little egg. I'll take it back. I don't know if that's going to work. Just the shape of this egg is, it's quite rounded, so it doesn't really want to go with that technique. So. Ooh, oh. It can happen. It's a little bit needy, this egg, so I'm going to give it a bit of attention. Sometimes I feel like a bit of a crazy lady talking about the personality of an egg. But just kind of, I'm just going to kind of make sure that this dye ends up being kind of evenly distributed as it soaks in. I found great comfort in the fact that I wasn't the only crazy lady at Harris Farm looking for green eggs. Not green eggs, white eggs. I'm sure that my hands were sanitized, but I definitely was looking around, swapping out different egg cartons just to make sure I had the whitest eggs possible to work with. If you can enjoy hearing my beautiful butcher bird. All right. I'm not too worried about any leakage here because the final color for this will be black. So it doesn't matter if it leaks. I just don't want to impact the orange parts of the pattern. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I think I might. Great. That's looking great. I'm really happy with that. So I've got various cups here, and I just have to be really careful to make sure that I don't drink dye, but it is actually coffee that I'm drinking. Oh, gorgeous. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, so now I want to make sure put wax over it. Here we go. On day 3, I feel like I've found the angle. Nice close-ups today. So for this, I'm going to use a heavier Kiska as I'm just colouring in. Okay, so here we go. Oh, gorgeous green colour. Making sure that my wax is nice and hot, and off we go. Kiska just caught on fire there. It's always good to have a bit of high drama on slow TV like this. What I quite like about this little egg is that it's quite porous. I guess that's the word for it. So it's got kind of little speckles in the way that it absorbs colour, which adds a nice texture to the leaves. Ooh. A little bit of a boo-boo there. Some wax has just escaped from the lines. Not hugely dramatic. I'm going to try and scratch it off a little bit, but often these attempts are not too successful because the wax really does soak into the egg. Usually if you make a mistake like this, you just try and kind of absorb it into the pattern. But I also know that my last colour will be black, and there's a possibility of using a little bit of texture to cover that bit at the end if I need. All right, a little bit more green to do. This time I'll transfer to a medium Kiska. Privet to those that have just joined. Lovely to have you here. Today I'm doing a few simpler patterns, equally as beautiful as the last. But I'm about to finish off this egg, or finish off this green aspect anyway, pop it in some dye, and then you'll see I'm working on another egg that is just there and waiting to get a little bit more attention. So here we go. And please say hello in the chat. It's always lovely to know who's here joining with me. Great. So this is just double checking. The challenge with clear wax is it's very hard to know if you've actually waxed over the patterns, but just checking that everything that I want to be green has got wax over it. Lovely. Now this is going to go into some orange dye. So I'll just go get that. And I'll start to work on my other egg. I'm just going to let that soak. This egg doesn't love the dye as much as others, so it just needs a little bit more time. I can understand that. So we'll just give it the time that it needs to have a little bit of rest there, and I'm going to move on to, I'd love to keep it in shot if I can. I'm getting a bit too fanatical. And then I'm going to move on to this little egg. So this egg is going to be a little bit more freeform. So I'm not quite sure how it'll end. So I'm just going to go a little bit more with the flow. But basically, I really want to get those gorgeous flower patterns going. I love working with flowers. And, they really do mean something quite beautiful in terms of good charity and love, which I feel like is a really important thing. So off I go. So what I want to kind of focus on is a nice kind of meandering freeform flowers in amongst here, and I'll probably do a little bit of a feature on that end and that end. So I'm just heating up my Kiska. Thank you everyone for joining. So there we go. I've got my first little flower there. I'm going to leave the center. Oh, careful of any drips. I'm going to leave the center so that I can have a little yellow dot there in the middle. And I'm going to throw a few others around here as well. The other little flowers. A little flower there. What a cutie. All right, do 2 more. More wax in the Kiska. So once I've done this egg, and I'll make sure that I'll have a little bit of a look at how my other one's travelling in the dye. Okay, lovely. So I've got a few little kind of flowers there. I might actually let's have a quick check in with this egg. See how it's travelling. Sometimes if an egg doesn't take the dye too well, I do take it out, give it a little bit of a dry. Oh, but this is looking lovely actually. It's quite a beautiful orange. So, oh, lovely. There's pros and cons of using different colours waxes. I find there's a real magic in using a black wax, because what happens is that at the end you get a nice reveal of the pattern. But the good thing about using a clear wax is you can actually see the colours. You can kind of get a bit of an idea of what the egg is looking like. So pros and cons for both. There's a little area there that doesn't want to get waxed, but that's all right. I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so let's have a look at what needs to be orange. And have another sip of my coffee. All right. So not much orange to happen in this pattern, I believe. which is interesting. But lovely. That means that there's not too much further to go with this one. Oh, look at that. I love that orange colour. And sometimes when you see such a beautiful colour, it's hard to kind of go, oh no, that means that I won't be seeing much of it. But it's really nice to have those little bursts. Привет, Penny. So lovely to have you here. Thank you so much. I'm so thrilled of the generosity of everyone who's donated so far. But yes, let's hope that sum keeps rising because Ukrainians need all the help that they can get at the moment. So yes, thank you for sharing. Every little bit counts, and I'm going to keep chipping away. It's always lovely to have you here, Penny. I always appreciate your support in my many endeavours. Thank you. Thank. Okay, let's make sure you can actually see the egg. It's always a help. So just a bit of colouring in for this one before it goes into a red dye. So I might actually get that red dye ready to go. Starting to have multiple eggs on the go. So I'm going to really make sure that you can see what's happening today. Okay, here we go. So we have a little egg. Let's make sure it focuses in. There it is. So I'm just going to fill these little sections with wax. The kisk is nice and hot, which means that wax is flowing out nice and quickly, which is perfect for colouring in, can be nerve-wracking for lines. Fantastic. Wow. Well, that one was an easy colour to do. We have orange done there. Oh, careful not to drop the egg. And go straight into the dye. Risky business here. Straight into the red dye. I'm going to move it to the side and then let that soak. And we move on to back onto this egg. For that, I'm just going to go take a little bit of a loo break, take some water. Thank you for being here, and yeah, I'm just loving sharing this culture with you. Okay, see you soon. Okay, back again. Privet. Goodness, I can't believe it's 12 o'clock already. Honestly, I experienced such a beautiful sense of flow while doing this beautiful little art. I call it the Sunken Meditation. Just lighting a candle and a little bit of product placement for matches. If they're willing to donate, I'd be very grateful. Okay, so this is more of a meandery improvisational egg. Putting my choreography tests, my skills to the test. Going a little bit more diagonal. I think I want to put a feature here, and I'm thinking that it might be nice for that to be a sunflower, given that is the symbol of solidarity and peace for Ukraine at the moment. So I really quite like the diagonal pattern. I've never done this before. So off we go. I'm not going to do too much white in this one. So I'm just heating up my Kiska. Alternatively, I might even be able to put some text there. So Slava Ukraina. But I'm not the most amazing. Like, I don't have lovely running writing, so I think I'll stick to my skill set, which is drawing flowers, I think. Okay, so I just want to do a few little dots, really. So I'm going to be brave and just place them where I feel like might be nice, and then I'll work with that once I start to work with different colours. So just little clusters of dots here. I believe these little dots can symbolise Mother Mary's tears. I'll admit I'm not too religious, but and the original kind of creations of Pysanka were more in the pagan times, but when it's kind of Christianity and Orthodox started to kind of be more prevalent in the nation, then started to take on kind of some Christian meanings as well. But for me, I really think it's whatever you feel like the egg means to you, and whatever you're putting into the egg is what will be received. Just a few, might just do one little more cluster of dots, and then that might be the rest, enough of my white. Okay, here we go. So, just having a little kind of look at this. Got little bursts of white there. Just looking at the edges, and I'm thinking I might make this line a little bit thicker, just so that I can compensate for a little bit of the unevenness of my parallel lines. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, but that's all right. Again, knowing that white always comes up really beautifully on an egg. Thank you to City Cheeks for donating this egg. It's been very hard to find white eggs because in Australia, because there are certain breeds that lay white eggs, and there are not many of that breed in Australia. So I've kind of done lots of ringing around. If you know anyone that lays white eggs, please let me know. Every year it's always quite a challenge. And I feel like also there's some kind of egg painting that happens in the Greek tradition. So often when you ring around going, do you have white eggs? They say, oh, no, but we've had a lot of Greek people try and also ask the same questions. So what I'm trying to do here is just really honor the parallel line, and then I'll make this white line thicker to, sometimes little droplets like that happen. It's all right, we just incorporate it. And then I'm just going to try and honor that, the width, and try and make it a little bit more even. It looks pretty good. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. We have some nice little spatterings of white throughout that. I'm just wondering whether I want any more, but I think that's good. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. So, just trying to think of the final flower that I want to do in the middle here. White is a really beautiful color, so maybe I'll just keep in the middle, the final kind of flower, just a little bit of a daisy in the middle. It's very important that you keep, well, not very important, but to consider putting some writing, or when I say writing, that's kind of drawing. Pysanka is to write on the top and the bottom of the egg. Because you otherwise you don't want to kind of wish bolding upon someone. So there's a kind of a myth that if you don't write on the top or bottom of the egg, you may be wishing whoever you gift the egg to be bold. All right, so I might use a little bit of drawing here, like kind of measurements, just to make sure I get the center. Actually, it's a bit different. Yeah. I love daisies. I think daisies and sunflowers are my favourite flower. So yeah, and to make a nice kind of even flower, basically I'll just kind of break it down a little bit, is I'm actually just going to continue. I'm just going to move my candle so I don't catch on light with my pencil. I'm just going to kind of divide the egg up. Like that. Just trying to think of how many petals I want. I think I do want some thinner petals. So I'm going to do another line. So I've just continued to divide the egg up like so. I'm going to do it on the other side as well. So I just keep splitting it in half. There we go. So then I want to draw two circles. One, and this might be useful in things that are not only Pysanky drawing. Two circles, one that way, and that's for the center of the flower. And then another circle. If I want to be really specific, I can actually kind of measure the dots there, the distance, but I'm going to be a little bit more free-handed for this one. And then I'm going to just draw another circle here. And basically this will be kind of give the width of the flower itself. Lots of lines on this egg, so I'll probably erase those a little bit. And then basically from there, I'm just going to kind of draw the petals like so. I'm going to do that with wax. So I will stop at this point with the pencil, and I'll just draw it on the other side, and then we're ready to go. Okay. I'm going to let that one go for a little bit, and I'm just going to move on to my other egg. It's been sitting in there a little while. I don't want it to feel neglected. And also, sometimes putting it in the dye for too long can compromise the shell. Rarely, to be honest. But, oh, look at that. Gorgeous. Gorgeous red egg. So, again, like I said, simple pleasures. It's just such a joy to be able to lift an egg from its dye. So this is the beautiful, vibrant red that it's looking. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. All right, so more colouring in. Not too much for this one. Actually, to be honest, the main kind of red is actually just the flowers, which is almost a little bit of a shame, again, because it's just such a beautiful, vibrant colour. Maybe I'll add a few little dots in there. I think that they are often quite nice to add. So off we go. I might use a heavier Kiska for the flowers, just because it's colouring in. Oh goodness, I really love this one. Again, if you're ever in a situation where you're learning a pattern, something like this is a really great one to start with. Also because it doesn't take hours and hours and hours, as some of them can do. Oh, love it. I'm going to finish this Pysanka off with, oh, look at it. I'm so happy with that colour. It's just beautiful. You know what I've recognised is, though? This little leaf is currently red. So I've forgotten to dye that one green. So I might try and backtrack after this and try and remove some of that dye and paint that one green. See, mistakes happen, but that's all right. Just when I was thinking I was close to finishing this pretty egg. That's okay. I just love this colour. So I might add a few little extra kind of featured dots. So I might add a few little extra kind of featured dots just to really embrace that beautiful red. throughout this process, I've become a lot more happy to use a heavier kisker like this, where the wax flows out a lot quicker. It can be a bit nerve-wracking because it's more likely to have some kind of blobs of wax. But I don't think matters so much. Just kind of getting a little bit more confident when it comes to colouring in, I think. There we go. There's those flowers coloured in with wax. Let's gently press it. Looking good. Now I'm going to dress this additional leaf that I added in here. So I'm going to try and soak this into some dye, some cleansing dye. So there's two new cleansing solutions that I've recently started to try. Now I want to use, there's kind of a cleansing orange and a cleansing yellow. And I'm going to use a cleansing yellow. And what this does is try to kind of remove some of the colour and also bring a bit more of a cooler shade to the egg itself. Saying that, because I'm after such a specific area, I'm backtracking, I might also use another one of my techniques. Which is a little bit of water and a tiny bit of dishwashing liquid. So this is the offending leaf there that I've neglected. Ooh. So I just want that leaf to kind of lose a bit of its red so that when I put some green dye on it, it's going to be a nice colour. The challenge here is making sure that the rest of the egg isn't too impacted, and all of a sudden I've got an uneven colour everywhere. So do a little bit of washing all over the egg. Okay. Nice. Dry that off. Try and specifically get that little area a little bit more. Okay. I'm going to pop it in some of this cleansing yellow. Give it a little whoosh around and then pop some green on, pop some black on, and then this one will be ready to actually de-wax. So much quicker process today. Great. And I'll remove all my dyes because I do tend to make a bit of a mess. Okay. So backtracking a little bit and just wanting to pop some green in here. There's a little section that's going to be particularly green because I've rubbed it quite a lot. I might try really kind of doing a bit of a soak method. So I'm going to let that soak for a little bit of a time, and I'm going to move on to my other egg. That's how that's going. Gently move that somewhere. I'm running out of room. Okay, I'm going to move that to the side. Okay, next egg. Or back to this egg at least. So I've got my lines here, but they're just a little bit strong. So I'm just going to kind of remove some of the lines from that. So that they don't kind of come up too much. I think that one's all right. It's more this side. Actually, I've just thought of a colour that I might like even better. So I was going to use white, but I'm just kind of looking back at an egg that I've made. I intend to use a bit of a green finish on this egg. And I just really, that's what white and green will look like, but I just love the green and pink. So I actually think I'm going to go with this variation, which means that I actually am ready to put this one in the dye. So I don't need any more, any more kind of white with that. I might do a little bit of erasing of my many lines that I've made here. And then I'm going to move on to my other egg, which is still kind of just soaking that last little bit of green from my bit of a mistake that I made. Everything can be fixed or incorporated. I'm just going to get rid of some of these lines and move it to the other egg. changing my mind once again, just with the color palette that I'd like to use. I am actually going to make these little white petals. There we go. Pretty happy with that one. Okay, how's this one looking? That green's soaked up, a little bit tricky there. But what I might do is I'm going to continue waxing this, and I'll see if I can fix it with a little bit of pencil at the end. So that means that this is almost ready. Oh, actually, I should put this one in a little bit of dye. So I'm going to work backwards a little bit with this. No, I'm not. I'm going to go straight into yellow. So where is it? This lovely little egg does not want to sink. Probably means it's just a touch on the old side, which is fine, but it does make this task that touch trickier because it doesn't want to sink. There we go. Okay, very elaborate there. All right, let that one soak. Okay, what I'd like to do is now put a bit of wax on this one. Fill this green in, place it in black, and then it's going to be ready to de-wax. Okay, here we go. Not quite ready yet. So here's how my egg is looking so far. It's very close to being de-waxed. So I'm just going to put a little bit of wax here. Put it in its final color of black, and then I'll be ready to go. Oh, that's very nicely. So, that wax is coming out nice and quick. Beautiful. All right, our last leaf is got wax on it. I'm going to now just triple check that I have considered everything in this egg. So I've got my red covered, my green leaves, my orange, and right, it's ready to be put into black. I haven't actually used any black yet, and I'm really glad that I'm getting to do that because it is a very beautiful color on an egg. Okay. Once we put that in, I'll have a little bit of a look at how my how my other egg is looking. Oh, I'm running out of spoons. So please, those that are joining, please feel free to write a comment in the comment section. Say hello. It's always lovely to know who's here. Just to let you know what I'm doing, I'm creating a few eggs a little bit quicker today. like kind of less complex patterns, but equally as gorgeous. And I'm just drawing on this egg, or writing on this egg, because Pysanka is, the word Pysanky is derived from to write. And I'm writing on it with wax, and every time I place the egg in a dye, whatever has wax on it repels that dye and remains the color that it is. So got this egg brewing in some dye. Probably about 10 minutes I'll be ready to de-wax this egg. So if you would like to come back then to watch that process, that's always the most exciting thing. Yes, please do. In the meantime, I'm just going to check in with this little egg. See, this is its first time in color, so I just want to see how it's soaking it up. Wow, very easily, beautifully. Each different egg reacts differently to dye, and this one is very hungry. So it's just soaking up that yellow really well. So I'm going to continue on with this little Pysanka. So this is a little bit more of a free-from pattern. I'm just going to kind of take it as it comes, but focusing a lot, sorry about that noise, focusing a lot on flowers, not only because I just love them, but also because they are a sign of love. So each love and good fortune, and when you are writing a Pysanka, it's almost like you're writing a gift card to the people that you're wanting to create it for. And as I'm creating these for the people of Ukraine at the moment, I'm wanting to imbue each egg with lots of love. So I'm going to get my Kiska, just make sure this isn't the wobbly one. Already has a little bit of wax in it. And just trying to think of how I want this to look. I'd like my little flower in there to have a really nice yellow center, so I'm going to start there. Also, Ukraine has some of the most fertile soil in the ground, and Ukrainians really celebrate their flowers, often through wearing beautiful headdresses called vinok. And each vinok is known to celebrate the flowers of each different region. It's the next kind of thing that I would love to learn how to do, but maybe one thing at a time. Okay, we're off with our little circle. I'll probably treat that with a little bit of, put some orange on the outside of that. Wow, this egg is really soaking up that dye, which is really gorgeous. Ooh. Okay, Privyet, hello to those joining me. I'm just working on this little egg, but I'm just going to check in with my other one, which is almost ready to de-wax. So I'll just check in with how it's soaking up the dye. It's going all right. Doesn't love this black dye, but it is looking quite beautiful. It's almost like turning into a dark crimson here, which, to be honest, I quite like. I might try and put it in for a little bit longer. just to see. And I might also try putting a little bit more vinegar in that, just to, I don't mind that texture actually. But yes, I'll put a little bit more vinegar in this just to see if that helps soak up the dye a little bit more, the egg soak up the dye. So. It's fine line, too much vinegar can be unhelpful. We'll let that soak a little bit longer. Another thing that I might do is just take it out, let it dry, and start again in terms of giving it another soak. Okay, so back to, where are my hands gone? Back to this little egg. Oh, this is a cute one. Okay. So freestyling a little bit with this egg, which is super delightful. And I'd like to just try and kind of create a few different flowers. Just give myself a rough circle to work with. So this will just give me an idea of the diameter of the petals. I'm running out of space on my table. Privet to those just joining. So I'm making a few eggs. I've got one egg here in dye, just soaking away, and I'm just working on this other little egg. I'm a bit more free forming for this one. So I might just draw one more flower, and I'll show you how I do this. And then I'll have another check on the other egg and de-wax that. So starting just with a super little circle. I'm maybe on repeat for those that have been watching for a while. But basically this little tool is a Kiska, and I am placing wax onto the egg, and whatever is waxed is going to then kind of basically repel any future dye that I put on the egg, which means that it is going to, whatever colour the egg is at the moment, which is currently yellow, I'm basically drawing yellow on. It was a very strange way to explain that. So just going to do one more flower and then check in with my other egg, and hopefully that other egg will be ready to de-wax. Sorry, the light's not agreeing with it too well here. I'll move you a touch closer. So with flowers, I like to start off with just lines, just as a way of dividing the egg up. There we go, another little flower there. Cute. Okay, so I'm just going to check in with how my egg in the dye is going. The egg doesn't seem to be liking the dye so much, which is not uncommon. I'm going to have a few strategies to deal with that. Actually, I mean, it's coming up with really beautiful kind of dark purple colour, which I might actually just embrace. You know what? I think that's very nice. So this is how this egg is looking, that kind of final colour. Had intended to be black, but I just think that's a really kind of beautiful textural colour. So I am going to embrace that, which means that this egg is ready to de-wax, which is very exciting. Okay, so get myself set up. I mean, another option is to add a bit of purple. No, I just really like that color. I think that's what it wants to be. Okay. Oh. So just organizing my mess. Place you here. Hello. So this is always my favorite part of the process. I mean, there are many favorites, I've got to be honest. So actually, I don't even know how it matches. Okay. So use our little egg here, full of wax, and basically all I want to do is just gradually melt that wax off. A bit of a breeze. I better shut the curtain, the door. Sorry, everyone, just creating a little bit of suspense. Hi, Mum, as well. Thank you for your comment. That was so, loved seeing the photographs of everyone sitting around a table with their Pysanka. It's how it should be done. So hopefully next year I'll be able to join you. There we go. Beautiful green leaf there, which you can't see because the focus is shocking. So I'm just going to keep going here and we'll show you towards the end. So this egg was supposed to be finishing the color of black, but turns out that the egg just kind of didn't want to agree with that black, but I really enjoy the color that it is. It's kind of like a beautiful maroon. So the egg decides in many ways. Now, when I'm removing the wax, I just want to make sure that I don't let the egg get too hot, or it will kind of either cook the egg or compromise the shell, which we don't want to break. I haven't lost any yet this year, which is great. I love this pattern. It's a really beautiful one. So today, to finish off this fundraiser, I'm making all of these little Pysanka available through a lucky draw. So anyone who has donated to the fundraiser to date will be in the lucky draw, and I'll draw that tomorrow morning. So please, I encourage you to spread the word, get people to donate. No matter how much money, it's a really small amount, even the price of a coffee is, hugely helpful. We're more powerful when we work together, and I really want to honour that today by allowing everyone to be involved in the raffle. Oh, almost there. A few last bits of wax, and then I'll give you a close-up look of this egg, and we'll give it a little bit of a polish, and then it's ready to be a prize or a gift for those that donate. Okay, I think it's looking good. Oh, no, a little bit of wax. No, I just added wax on by touching the candle. Okay, how are we going? Fingernail test. That's it. We've got it. Egg number 1 is done. Wonderful. Chudovo. I'm still learning Ukrainian, so please apologize. Chudovo. I think I'm trying to say excellent. So here we go. Oh, a little bit more wax there. Our first egg for Pysanka for peace today. Anyone that donates by midnight tonight will go in the draw to win this egg. So please spread the word. I'm going to polish this up, and then I have my other egg that I'm working on. I'm going to keep chipping away at that. And I'll start another one. Okay, so where's that polish? I am quite disorganized today in terms of my mess, as you can see. Just polish this egg up. Voila, number 1 complete. Okay, I will place that there. Sorry, just trying to find the best way to place this egg. Place that there. Wash my hands, and I'll be back to keep going. Lovely. All right. Oh, Julie, so lovely to have you sign in. Thank you so much for messaging. Goodness, I really miss our contemporary dance classrooms online. But I hope you're well, and huge congratulations for receiving the Annie. Here is my latest little creation. Maybe I won't move the egg and I'll move the camera instead. I'm going to take a little bit photo of that. I'm going to upload it online, and then you're going to see me back, and I'm going to be working on this little Pysanka. So excuse me while I do a bit of shameless social media. I'll be back in 2 minutes, ready to keep going. So lovely to have you here with me. Thank you. Okay, привет, I'm back. I'm going to clean up some of my mess because there's an egg accident waiting to happen. And then I'm going to get started on, keep going with this Pysanka that I'm making at the moment and start a new one, which I'm really enjoying. Now I've been gifted this tiny little egg, which I just love. I'm not sure if I'm ready to part with it yet, but yeah, we'll see how we go. That might be my next one in waiting. So, okay, we'll move this one aside. My uncle and mother would be happy to know that there's complete disarray on this current table, which is very risky business when eggs are involved, but I think I'm going all right. So, let's keep going. So I've just done a few little kind of flowers here, just a little bit more freeform. I'm really quite liking this more freeform pattern. Just want to make a nice kind of really, really flowery egg. So I have my kiska that I'm heating up. And this kiska has wax in it. And basically what I'm going to do is place this wax onto the egg, which means that the egg, whatever's underneath the wax, is going to retain that lovely yellow color that this egg is currently. This is my first time doing a kind of diagonal pattern like this. It's quite lovely actually. And I'm going to go a lot more kind of freeform with this egg. Saying that, still important to keep our measurements going. So just doing a rough circle here so that I can use that as a kind of circumference for the width of my petals, or the size of my petals. Yeah. The wax is flowing out of the kiska very nicely today. It's been friendly, which I quite appreciate. There we go. I love these little flowers. I'm not too worried that there'll be a bit of kind of overlapping because this one I kind of want to be really full, kind of a full bouquet essentially. So yeah, kind of after that effect really. Get you a little bit closer. One more of these little flowers. Leafeats, everyone. Still here chipping away with my Pysanka, and just doing a few little kind of freeform flowers and dots here. And I'm just going to fill, these are going to be little white flowers, so I'm just filling the center of them with yellow. And once I've done this, I'm actually going to move on to another egg. So just doing this layer, I want it to be really kind of full of flowers. Okay, so got quite a few dots going on there. What I'd like to do is the center of a flower as well. So this will be a flower that I haven't done before. So I might just kind of draw it out. Yep. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, great. I'm pretty happy with this little guy. I'm going to try a new flower there. So just kind of penciling that out. So I'm going to put this one in some, gosh, that's powerful, that candle. I'm just going to pop it in some orange dye. And I'm going to move on to the next one. So I'm just going to have to find an egg for that. So let that one have a little rest in there. From memory, this egg really soaks up the dye really nicely. So, okay. So I'm on the lookout in my little egg collection for just a small egg. So I'm going to go get mine from my eggs from my wine fridge. Little ones. Okay, привет. As one of my eggs sits in dye here, I'm just going to start another one. So I'll move you back for a little bit of a moment. So we've got a good mess happening here, which is fantastic. Right, so I'd like to make an egg that just has a single sunflower on it, particularly with the sunflowers being the symbol for solidarity. Oh, that egg has a crack, so definitely won't be using that one. I was going to use a small egg. So I might actually even just try, there's this little blue egg, which I'm just in love with the blue eggs. But they don't actually seem to catch the sunflower that well. That's kind of beautiful sunflower. So, yellow. So what I might do is I might actually just kind of give this a little bit of dip in some dye just to test it. And if it doesn't like the yellow, then that's okay. I might actually just do a beautiful pink flower. In fact, maybe that's the way it goes. Anyway, let's have a little look. So my wine fridge is currently commandeered with eggs. That's so that I can have food for, room for other actual groceries in my fridge. But also because I don't want them too cold when I start to work with them. Ow. Hit myself. Let's do it here. Okay, I think just because this is a blue egg, I might actually not go into using the sunflower. So I'm going to have a little browse for some other flower options. And I'm just going to use a beautiful pink because I think the pink flowers are just gorgeous at the moment. There are also butterflies. I'll give you a little insight into my book that I'm checking out here. So each different pattern has different, I could try a rooster. Each different pattern has different, symbolizes different things. Actually might, after looking at this, I might go a little bit more geometric actually. And I might go for this pattern, as I haven't done that yet. And I think that could be quite beautiful with a nice color combination. So to do this, I'm just going to divide my egg up. Can be quite a mathematical process. Actually, I'm going to use my device. So I'm very lucky my uncle made this little egg device specifically for this act alone, just to kind of measure up the eggs. So I'll just erase that little bit of pencil that I did there. And what you do here is you just kind of place your finger there, place the pencil on, and then you can just rotate the egg and get a really nice division. Okay. Привет, everyone. I'm back. And I'm so glad that I had a little bit of a lunch break because I have thought of some ideas for what I want to do with these little eggs. So I'm going to try 2 eggs with a similar geometrical pattern, but we'll try different colours. So I'm loving this orange egg, but I'm going to get started on my other 2. So this is where I'm at the moment, 3. And I'm going to get started. Take. Thank you, Ben. Oh. Okay, here we go. So, get set up. Let's put these to the side. I'm going to try 2 little blue eggs. I mean, goodness, this one's almost like slightly green, which is really cute, but I'll go with this little guy. And I'm going to do a similar geometrical pattern, but I'm just going to try 2 different kind of color palettes, I guess. So figure out which. So just dividing this egg up. Of course, eggs are not perfect circles, so it's a little bit tricky. It's going to be too big. So to get quite perfectionistic, I'm just going to dig out my little tape measure here. I just want to make sure that my circle is even on each side. So I'm just going to do little marks kind of to help guide me along the way. I have seen people that have actually cut out perfect circular pieces of paper and then use them to kind of create the circle of an egg. But I'm just going a little bit more freeform. So I also sometimes use the width of my finger, which is very dirty, but I promise that is just a result of the dye. That is quite difficult to scrub off. Okay, there we go. This is how it's looking so far. Right, so I'm going to do both the same outline. It should be focused on that nice blue colour. You can hardly tell it's blue. Yesterday when working with this egg, I found that it really just picked up the dye really nicely. Onto my next packet of matches. I really should send this to redheads and get some product placement or get them to donate perhaps. It's my wobbly kister. So I might try for some fine lines here. And just because I do have a bit of pencil, I might do a little bit of erasing, but I also will just kind of draw my lines slightly to the side of it, just to avoid getting any lines in the final piece. Always feel nervous doing my first line of an egg. It's like in some small way, it's just telling me how it's going to behave. Beautiful. So again, these little eggs are from Shady Patches Farm. I am always on the lookout for some different coloured eggs, and I came across a lovely woman called Kim, who has collected these little eggs for me. She's at the Nunda markets. And they look like at their farm they've got some very happy animals, and similar to myself, Kim and I both love the personality of each different egg. So I'll be sure to gift one of these, make another egg for her, a little Pysanka for her at some stage, and send her the photographs of how they have all turned out. So I'm starting off with just dividing the egg like this. I turn the egg so to make it nice and straight, the line straight. Just going to put a little dot at the middle. To make this diamond shape. So that's what I'm working for the whole thing. I always enjoy doing an egg more than once because you start to learn tricks and kind of preferences. So, for example, the next time that I'm going to approach this, I'm going to make a bit more of a thinner star. So work with that. Or longer, that's probably the word that I'm looking for there. Okay, so I'm going to now do that exact same pattern on this egg. Where's my eraser? But I'm going to try just a bit more of a longer shape because I have the luxury of trying to do it twice. So I guess if your egg ever breaks during Pysanka making, it's it can be a bit devastating, let's be honest, but it's a good opportunity to try new things, really. So trying for a longer shape for this one. For those of you just joining, hello, it's lovely to have you here. Today I'm making a few eggs for Pysanka for Peace. So I've already got 2 creations, one complete and one midway over here. And I'm starting on 2 other eggs. And I will do a similar pattern but different kind of colouring. These eggs will be gifted to going to a lucky draw. So whoever has donated to the cause to date will go in the draw to win these eggs. So please, I would love you to spread the word. Any donation is important. So if you think this is interesting or you think that someone might want to donate, then I'd love you to let them know and let them be in the draw to win one of these little eggs. You can see quite a different shape. Okay, so just want to show you this. So 2 eggs, both exactly the same kind of scaffolding or pattern, but I've just kind of changed the diameters of my circles. One's a bit of a longer one, longer kind of shape, and the other is a bit chunkier for lots of colouring in. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Using the old finger trick here for my measurement. I might need a manicure after this. Okay. My Just a reminder, if you're checking in and saying hello, please please say hello in the chat. It's always really lovely to know who's watching. Okay, there's that one ready to go. I'm going to be putting this into a die, but I'm just going to put it aside. So just to give you a little bit of an update, this is one complete Pysanka, one that is in progress that I'm going to come to very shortly, and then I'm just creating two more with a very kind of classic pattern. Same geometry, same kind of geometrical pattern, but I'm making them quite different in the kind of shape of them. So this one's going to be a little bit more fat and colourful, and this one's going to be a little bit more kind of streamlined, I guess. And I really just want to focus on this egg being a whole range of different blues, because some of the most beautiful Pysanka that I have seen is just kind of simply like a gorgeous blue pattern. Very wintry. So I have my little kiska here that I am melting. I'm just taking wax from the candle at this point. Very important to clean the kiska so that you don't have kind of a blob of wax. And then we come over to the die, and essentially Pysanky, the word Pysanky is derived from the word to write. So I start to write on my Pysanka with wax. Shift you up a little bit. These eggs lift you up a little bit. These eggs are so vibrant and blue that the camera has a little bit of difficulty picking up where they are. Just erasing some of my pencil lines. Okay, so, oh, no, not quite ready. So about to finish this layer on this egg, and then I'm going to move to my next one. I'll put these 2 little blue eggs into dye, and then I'm going to move on to my next pattern, which is a kind of egg that's already halfway created. So thank you for being here. I'm excited to put these into a little bit of a lucky draw later today. some slightly simpler patterns today, because just to show that any Pysanka can be really beautiful and anyone can do it. Okay, finessing a little bit more. I hope you can hear that beautiful butcher bird that is kind of often takes up residence. Can't help myself. I'm going to do a few more little dots. So I'm writing with wax, and anything that is underneath this wax basically is going to resist any future dyes, which means that it will remain the colour that the egg is at the moment. So here we go. So this is where this egg is, how this egg is looking. And very shortly I'm going to show you a very similar egg that I've made. I'm just double checking that I've actually done everything. So this similar pattern here, but just a wider. So both of these are going to be, oh, sorry, I shouldn't hold them that way. It's very dangerous. Going to be quite similar. I'm also going to use a bit of a gradient style with the way that I dye them. So very exciting there. So I am going to pop these into dye, and then I'm going to work on this little darling here. Okay, so let me get some dye. Pink. Where's the pink? Pink. Okay, so so I'm actually going to put this aside for a moment. So I lied. I always tend to do that. But basically, I'm going to try dip this little egg into some turquoise. See how that looks. I love these, playing with these little blue eggs. They really pick up the dye gorgeous. So you can already see it starting to absorb it there. So I'm going to let that sit for a little moment, and I'm just going to do a little bit more work with this this other egg. So one of my favorite things is seeing green with pink. The colors are just beautiful together, surprisingly so. But if I put my egg into green dye, then the pink is not going to look so nice. Cool and hot colors do not work so well together. So instead, I'm just going to get a little cotton bud, and the bits that I want to be green, I'm just going to paint on green, like so. So I'm doing this really lightly. It can be tempting to kind of really brush heavily to really get that dye onto the egg. But I just find the egg doesn't like that. It's kind of like a light brush stroke. Looking good, but I want a bit more darkness, so I'm just going to lob it on there. And, oh, sorry, the focus has gone a little bit funny. And I'm going to basically kind of really blotch the dye on the areas that I want to be green. And then I will come back later and just pat dry. So basically it's kind of like selective dyeing, so that when I put this egg in pink, it doesn't come out a really weird color. I'm looking forward to putting this one aside so I can get back to my beautiful flowery one as well, a little bit more freestyle. Lots of flowers to represent good love and care, basically. There we go. Okay, so I've done my little green blobs there. And I'm just going to put this egg aside carefully. My little egg station. Ouch, don't burn yourself, Lisa. So here's my little egg station. And I've got one little egg in turquoise there. Might just have a little check-in on that, and then I'll continue with my flowers. Let's just see how this one's looking. Ah, beautiful. It's a lovely colour, this. So this is, look at that. Gorgeous. Nice kind of snowflake wintry feeling, that blue. Lovely, lovely. Okay, but I'm going to put that one aside for a little moment and move on to my flowery egg, which is here. Change of colour. We've gone from winter to summer here. Spring, perhaps. This is how this is looking. Okay. So, привет for those joining me. Lovely to have you. I'm chipping away at different eggs. This is the one that I'm currently working on. So I'm going to get started straight away. I wanted to share these eggs with you today just to show that anyone can actually make one of these beautiful Pysanka. There's a range of different patterns. You can go really complex and intricate, like the two that I did in, or the three that I did the last kind of marathon Pysanka events the last few days, or you can be a lot kind of freer and in the way that you approach it. So just trying to get that focus going. Sorry, there we go. All right, so with this, I'm actually going to start by colouring in. So I'm going to colour in these little flowers that I've got going on here. Might need to move to a heavier kiska. Dots can be so simple but so effective. The good thing about having dots on this pattern is that every now and then, just like it was always happening then, what can happen is the wax kind of blobs out from your kiska. But if you already have some kind of dots in the theme of your pattern, then it's, you just kind of incorporate it into the pattern itself. Once wax is on an egg, it's pretty hard to kind of scratch it off. It will retain the dye, which isn't a huge problem, but what I like to say is that you just kind of try and incorporate it into the pattern. Ends up becoming a feature. You have no other choice but to embrace it. This little egg is from City Chicks Farm. I'm really happy with how these little eggs tend to be absorbing the dye. Every egg is a little bit different when it comes to that. Whoop, see, there's a blob. So not much I can do about that, but I think because, as I said, there's some dots, I'll come back to that later and kind of incorporate it into the pattern. This is, just when using a kind of heavier kiska, the wax really comes out nice and quickly, which is lovely. But as you've just seen, that there can then be risks of it coming out a little bit too quickly and making a bit of a blob. Okay, here we go. All right, let's address this blob. So, fortunately, it's in the middle of the flower anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. So I'm just going to do. Oh, come on. It takes a while to really heat up the kiska sometimes. When times were a little bit trickier, I've heard that other ways to make this kind of tool was to stick a pin at the end of a pencil and dip it in egg, and that's how people would use not dip it in egg, dip it in wax, and that's how people would also write with kiskas on Pysanka. So here we go, just incorporating my blob in a little bit. Oh. Get tired at the end of the day. I start to. It's got to be important to keep my focus. It's definitely a test. Pysanky. Not a test, but just an act of meditation. So this little dot here, this little yellow dot, I'm actually going to make into a little very simple flower just by using dots, basically. So making a bit of a bouquet here. You see how I do it. So very simple way to make a flower symbol is just to put 5 dots, or however many you want, around another dot, and then you've got a little flower. There we go. So another one there. I'm going to make that a... Okay, actually I'm gonna outline the start of another flower here that I'd like to make red. I like that some of the flowers are colliding and overlapping. It's quite cute. Just checking in with my other egg for a moment. I'll give it a little bit more green. So once I put a stem on that, you'll probably be able to see the flower itself a little bit more clearly. I'm actually going to leave this dot and make that some red flowers later down the track. So I might continue on with a little bit of a dot trail. Flower. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. Just having a little bit of a look. I'll make that into a flower. Those two into flowers. I've got some orange. Oh, I haven't done this bit yet. I was going to say some orange dots scattered around, but I just want to quickly. Oh, I love it when the wax just comes out so easily. Doesn't always. There's another kind of flower there that's going to be on the backdrop. A few more little dots. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. Remembering that in amongst this, I'm going to have to also have some green stems and leaves. My apologies. Not quite finished yet, actually. It's nice and busy there. It's got a little bit of space here that I wouldn't mind filling. Okay, I think that's pretty good. One more dot here. Right. Last thing I'd like to do here is just to do a little bit of a border for the middle of that flower. That I don't know, what is the middle of the flower called? Do you know, Ben? Do you know what the middle of the flower is called?
Pistil.
Pistil. Ah, thank you, Penny, for having a little look at that black one. So I'll give you a bit of a look there. That's the final product. We've got two others sitting here, waiting in line patiently. And this beautiful little flowery one is almost ready to be put into some red dye. There we go. Here we go. All right, so this is how this little egg is looking so far. Lots of beautiful flowers there. I'm really excited to see how that one ends up. Bit of greenery that I want to kind of add into there in terms of the leaves. So last flowers will be done with some red. Gee, I like these little ones, are really cute in there. So I'm going to pop it in some red dye, and then I'll move on back to our other eggs. So popping this into some glowing hearts. Pysanka dye, very nice name there. pop it to the side, and I'm going to now work with this little guy. So these two similar kind of pattern, but I'm just kind of taking quite a different approach with each of them. I'm going to go really nice and icicle with this one, and I'm really going to lean into the pink and green for this one because I just love that color combination. So this one I'm actually not going to do too much to in terms of using this color. I'd like to use different shades of blue because I've just loved really seeing how beautiful just using the color blue can be on an egg. So I'm first of all just going to kind of color in these little dots on the periphery. Then I'm going to just thicken the line here. Just along the edge. So next to the white is going to be a real thin layer of this beautiful turquoise color. You can also see a little area there where on the white where maybe I didn't quite color it in enough with wax. You can see a little bit of blue coming through. So I might just color that in as well. Just so that when I put some colors on over the top, that just stays into a nice turquoise color. It doesn't end up being too dark. I don't mind those little scratches. I think they can look quite nice. My mum's Pysanka from yesterday was beautiful. It almost looked like she'd sketched it with a pencil. Just kind of different techniques that we either intentionally or non-intentionally pick up. But everyone has their own style, which is really beautiful. A friend of mine suffers a little bit from a really shaky hand, and she initially was a bit nervous doing this. But again, as soon as you kind of put those colors on an egg, then it just looks beautiful. And she's created some of the most beautiful eggs I've seen. My auntie would do this every Easter with her, I believe, Ukrainian friends. And there's a tradition now that my mother and uncle hold on to. Every year our family will do this. And I myself also invite people over for some Pysanky weekends around Easter. Often some non-Ukrainian friends, as well as my Ukrainian friends, but it's just a nice way to kind of share this with people. And it's been a really nice way to meet people that do have, a connection to Ukraine. I might not know them too well, but you kind of bond over a little egg and some gentle chatter. And during this time, I feel very fortunate to be able to do this when I know so many people in Ukraine are having such a challenging time with the Russian invasion. So now more than ever, it feels important that we hold on to this culture and pray that our Ukrainian friends will be able to continue to resist and the Ukrainian culture will continue to flourish. Okay. Just do a few more dots. Love my dots. All right, I think I'm pretty good with this one. What I would like to do is, I'm just trying to think, I'll make that light color actually. Oh, don't know if you could see that, but almost had a blob situation. A little blob in the middle of these. Okay, so what I want to do with this is I actually want to make it, I just want to make it a little bit lighter than the shade that it is. So I'm just going to get some water. So just going to dip it in there, and I'm finding from working with the blue eggs that they retain the blue really nicely. So just to get a slightly lighter shade, I'm just going to strip off some of the dye. See, perfect, great. And put this water nearby, so strip off some of the dye. And as you can see here, it's a lighter shade than I was just working with, and waiting for it to focus. And you can see the kind of darker blue has come through there. So now everything that I want this light color, I'm just going to color in. And then I'm going to go into a dark blue. Oh, hang on. I had something in a dye, but I can't remember what color it is. That's right. Okay. Before I forget about my other eggs. So I've got these two going. One's done, one's on the way. And I've just remembered that I have another egg in dye. Oh, it's looking gorgeous. Let me show you in a second. Sorry. This particular egg that I'm working with just absolutely loves the dye. It just soaks the colours up, which is just lovely. So be really careful not to break it. So, oh, look at that little cute darling. Oh, I like this one. All right, so this is how this egg is looking. Some beautiful flowers there. I'm going to work on that in a little moment. Oh, you know what? I want to work on it now. So I'm going to move this little wintry one over, and we're going to work on the flowers and come back to winter in a second. So cute. All right. So where are we with this? So what I want to do is to basically create a few more flowers. I want to colour in this flower here, which you can't see because it's not focused. There we go. That colour, that one there, over there, and I'm just going to make these little dots into flowers. I might kind of start with that. So basically, these little lone dots, I'm just going to put a little bit of dots around just to make a flower similar to this. So if you're ever wanting to, if you ever find yourself in a position where you're making up a Pysanka, this is a really nice, easy way to make some really cute flowers. Okay. Oh, this one makes me really happy. It feels really, really like springy. So some of these will overlap, which I quite like that feeling of. It will give it a sense of it being a bit of a more wildflower bouquet-esque vibe. I'm using a fine kister. I might upgrade to medium. Get a bit more wax coming through. Just give a little sign my candle's getting well towards its end. I'm just going to be a little bit more patient. Sometimes your kiska just needs to really heat up and then the wax comes out. But I can definitely be a bit impatient sometimes. There we go. Pays to be a bit more patient when it comes to these things. I love these little dot flowers. So simple. Okay, so I've got all these little kind of motifs of dots here. I'm going to do a few red dots, but actually what I think I might do is circle around some of the other dots so that they end up being kind of little feature dots with a bit of maybe an orange center and ouch, sorry, don't burn your hand, a red outline. So you see, for example, this is a nice yellow dot, but if I kind of just make a slightly larger dot around it, that's going to have a nice kind of two-tone dot. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. Around. Yeah, that's cute. Okay, do I want any other dots in there? And maybe a few more here, can't help myself. Oh, we've got a big dot now. See, another blob. That's what happens when you want to do just a few more little knocks. Sorry. So see, we've got an extra big blob there. What I might do is actually make that into a little flower itself. to make it even. I'll do another one of those flowers. Where shall I put one there? Okay, so this is how this egg is looking. I want the final color to be green. So what I'm going to do is I just want to kind of color in some of these flowers, and then I'm going to kind of try and get rid of some of this red color. So I'm going to dunk it in some water, and then also like let it soak for a little while, and I'm also going to let it sit into some cleansing yellow solution. So once I'm about to go into this one, we'll go back on to, I might go on to my other two eggs that we're working on. So here I'm using a heavy kiska, which means the flow of ink comes out really quickly. You can get a little bit nervous using these because they sometimes blob, but I find if I just start from the center, then it's okay. Definitely does make life a little bit more efficient. It's quite satisfying to see the wax come out so quickly. See, look at that, done. Okay. So this egg has soaked up the dye so nicely that it could be a concern that then it doesn't want to let go of it. So I'll put it in some water, see how it goes. I may, some other kind of solutions that I have to potentially use a little bit of dishwashing detergent to get rid of some of the dye. But yeah, let's just see how it goes and how it responds. I really love this egg. It feels very free and beautiful, bountiful almost. It's a springtime egg. Okay. There we go. Get that a little pressed down just to make sure it's nice and stuck onto that egg. Okay, let's see how it goes when I put it in some water. I'm just going to use this water that I use for the blue. See if any of that red wants to come off. So far, not too much luck here. No, it's gradually coming off. There we go. Coming off slowly, but let's keep giving it a bit of a swish. I'm going to let that soak in there for a little while, see if it changes on the situation. Put that to the side, and I'm going to go onto this one because I feel like I've neglected him a little bit. But this is how my wintry blue is looking, which I'm really loving. Okay, so this one will be equally as beautiful, I am sure. Right, so I just want to actually colour in this green here. So I'll try using a heavy Kiska. Could be a little bit too much, but we'll see how we go. Thank you everyone for being here and for writing in the comments. It's lovely to know that you're here and you're watching. I'm really excited to show you the technique that I use for this one because it is so simple. Once I get started with the pink, it's so simple but can be, where are we going? Just really effective. But for those that aren't so fond of finicky work, the technique that I will use with this egg, is might be for you. Okay, so just double checking that I've got wax on everything, every green bit. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, wax over all of that. Great. Okay, well, I want to try and get rid of a little bit of this green dye because I want to move to pink. So back to this little lady over here. See what she's looking like. She's lost a bit of a colour there. Actually, that's quite a nice shade. But I do want to get her looking green. So, I mean, that just makes me kind of want to use that shade to do a few more extra dots. But I am going to resist because I can tend to get a little bit overdone with all of these things. Reusing lots of this. This water's getting great use. I'm just going to chuck this in here for a little bit, try and get rid of some of that, just the green edge on around the edge of the blobs that I've made there. So leaving that one to soak. Trying to find... Okay, so I'm going to try this cleansing yellow situation. It might be a bit of experimentation because I really want to get this green. I want to get this to a green. My instinct is saying that actually I should remove all of the dye using some dishwashing liquid. But this cleansing yellow that I have recently purchased from Pysanka accessories, Ukrainian accessories, says that it'll help. So look, I'm going to give it a shot. Give it a little swish around in there. Swish the other egg while I'm at it. See, 5 hours, almost 6 hours in, and I've managed to got 4 eggs on the go. So if you saw my other eggs the other day and thought, oh my goodness, I'd never be able to do that, just know that I am a little bit fanatic when it comes to sitting and doing very intricate patterns, but actually everyone can do some Pysanka. So if there's ever an opportunity to do a workshop, then I encourage you to do so. Okay, where are we sitting? I'm not convinced that that's going to turn out into a beautiful green, but, well, actually maybe not. So essentially what that dye is supposed to do is to try and kind of cool the color a little bit so that it creates a cooler base for you to put, make green, for example. Look, I'm going to give it a shot. Why not? Worst thing that happens is it doesn't work, and then I go back to my original plan of trying to strip the whole egg from dye and basically make it white again. So let's see how we go. We'll see. So I'm going to leave that one in there for a moment, and just want to give you a good sense of what my table is currently looking like. So I might clean up a few of these dyes just so as to not make a huge mess. And over there. Okay. Let's see how this one's looking. Much better. Okay, so Privet, those who have just joined, this is a new little egg in the making. I'm about to dip it into one of my favourite colours to work with, which is bright pink. I'm just trying to get it to focus there. But just so you know the progress of other things, we have a green, something egg soaking in green, and we've got these two to go. So I'm going to pop this into some pink, and while that is happening, I'm going to move on to working with my wintry coloured egg. So really excited to show you the technique with the pink egg because it is super simple and really satisfying. Okay. Just going to check in with this egg. That's quite an interesting shade, actually. I don't mind it. I know I say one thing and then do the other. I'm sorry about that. But wow, look at that. So that's actually coming out to be, I imagine if I sit that in there for a little bit longer, that it will kind of reach that green that I'm after. But I do want to put a few leaves in the kind of features in here. So I am going to use my method with the detergent. So mainly for this little area. So I've just got, sorry, you can't see, a little bit of dishwashing detergent, just trying to get rid of some of this colour. Be really careful because the dishwashing detergent makes the egg very slippery. As you can see, it's quite effective in getting rid of colour. Well, now I've got a nice unintentional purple. What I'm trying to get is a green, but maybe sometimes when you try a little bit too hard, you just have to accept what colour the egg wants itself to be. Wow, that purple's actually quite beautiful. But not what I'm after, so I'm going to keep going with this process. Okay, we'll give that a little bit of a shot. Still quite purple, but I think that if I put it in a light green, we'll see what shade it is, and I know that it'll end up being a nice kind of dark green towards the end. So. Popping it in some cleansing yellow. I did have a shade of green, so I'm just going to try and find that, and I'll be back. Light green, there it is. I'm starting to lose track of where I've put each egg. Oh, yes. Okay, so we have one egg in pink dye and two on the stand. So I can get rid of the red and I won't get rid of the green yet. Okay, so looking a little bit sick here, but don't worry. It's all part of the process. Okay. I'm going to pop this in a light green to do a few little features, and then I'm going to finish it off with a dark green. If that doesn't work, I might kind of go for making this egg a black egg, which I think will look equally as beautiful, so I'm not too worried. That's quite the balancing act. Okay, so let's move back to our wintry egg. So basically with this one, I actually just want to do a little bit of colouring in. I'm going to do that with the medium Kiska because it's quite thin lines here. This particular egg, I'm just going to really embrace the really nice different shades of blue. I'm going to finish with a really dark blue, but what I'm doing here is I'm just putting different blue dyes on what originally was a blue egg, and I'm just gradually stripping that dye off. Over here, just hitting my tool, which is a Kiska. So this has got wax in it, and basically I'm going to use this to write on the egg. The reason I use the word write is because Pysanky comes from the word to write. So, there we go, first blob. Perfect. That's exactly the bit that I wanted to colour in. Gosh, can you see that steaming? It's very hot, but also just means that the wax is going to come out really nicely, so I'm okay with that. Okay. I'm glad that you're enjoying the color changes. I really enjoy doing the color changes with the blue egg. Actually, it's just really delightful. That's all I was originally going to do with that egg, but I'm just having a little bit of a look and a reassess. Sometimes simple is better, Liesl. No, I think that's it. I think that's all I'm going to do with that one. I might just do a little bit of a circle around here. Anyone that's been watching today will know that I love my little circles. Whoop. Okay, there we go. This is what this one's looking like so far. Just holding that up close. There we go. So that's how that's looking. I'm actually going to dip this now into a darker blue and do some more detail with that. Yeah, let's move on to the next egg. So we're putting a wintry egg away. Let's check in with how that, I want to check in quickly with how the pink is going. But then I definitely want to check in with how that green is going, because we're starting to be a little bit disruptive in its rejection of colour, which is fine. There. Okay, let's have a look at how this little pink egg is going. Oh, I just love pink so much. Simple pleasures. Look at that gorgeous color. I just love that. Oh, that is super divine. Okay, I'm going to actually let that dry for a moment, and then I'm going to put it in again and just try and get a darker shade if I can. Actually, I might even go and make up some new solution. Put a bit more vinegar in here, and then I might try and make some new solution. So after this, I'll have a little look at that, how that green is looking. Might not be as successful as the pink. All right. You know what? It actually is looking quite cute. We've got quite a, actually, I love this color. Looks very grassy, which is exactly what we're after, really. So we've got a nice grassy green here, which is, oh my God, I love it. Very cute, which is great. So I'm actually going to use this to do a few leaves in amongst the kind of bouquet of flowers here. And then I'm going to finish this with a dark green. That's the aim. I'm going to just take a quick little break. I will be back in about 4:20, I reckon. Let's make it 4:25. I'll make a cup of tea. I hope you have a good cup of tea too. I'll leave you looking at these egg creations so far. And they're all starting to gradually come together, which is good. Wow, this one is actually dried by now, which is fantastic. So it means that I can also get rid of the yolk, but that's never quite as a joyous process. So I might save that till a little bit later. Okay, I will see you very shortly. I hope you're having a lovely day, and I hope you get a cup of tea too. Okay, see you soon. Привет, everyone. Okay, I've got my cup of tea. Moving those to the side. I just want to check in with how this egg is going in purple. If this doesn't, yeah, it's really beautiful. But I think that this dye is getting a little, I may be wrong, but I think it's getting, I mean, that is actually pretty gorgeous. I was going to say it's getting a little bit weaker, which they can tend to do. So I have already, I have just made another dye that I've made it up and I've popped it in the fridge so that it cools down, because you do make it up with boiling water. So I might put that egg aside just for a little moment. Oh, look at it. What a cutie. Gee, I love that color. I mean, that does look pretty bright, doesn't it? But let's see how we go. I'm going to pop that there aside. I'll have a little check-in on how my wintry egg is going, and then I'm going to finish off my spring egg. Yeah, wow, this is just stunning. That blue, the blue eggs are just really soak up the dyes in a really gorgeous way. So look at that. Oh, love it, love it. Okay. Well, now I'm getting excited with this egg because it's in front of me. But no, I am going to resist because I do want to work on this little spring egg. So I'm going to put winter aside for a moment, but just want to show you that. See, just blue, very simple blue can just be so stunning. Gosh, I love that. Okay. So pop that aside. So just this is what they're looking like at the moment. And I'm going to pick up this little springtime egg, and I'm just going to draw in a few leaves and stems details. Mainly, excuse me, I'm having a cup of tea, within the bouquet kind of area. And then I'm hoping to put a darker green on this egg, but I want to also just see how that works, because I'm actually now looking at it. Maybe a blue would be nice, or even a purple. We'll see how we go. We'll see what color the egg likes. We'll let the egg decide, one should say. All right, so I'm going to use medium Kiska. Basically, I'm just going to try and do a few little kind of stems in amongst this. So just heating the Kiska up. I really love this grassy green. It's gorgeous. You kind of can't you can't plan for those things. So it's quite crowded on here, but anything that I put onto this egg now is going to essentially, when I take the wax off, it's going to be in the background of the other eggs. A bit hard to kind of get your head around that. But yeah, here we go. I'm just, lucky. It gets towards the afternoon and the Kiska gets a bit droppy and I lose my focus. So try not to drop any unnecessary bits of wax. Just trying to do a nice stem. Gee, it's really coming out quite quickly there. Actually, I think that might be faulty Kiska there. So I'm going to get rid of that one and start again. So we've got quite a thick stem there, which is not too problematic. I'm just going to embrace it. and do finer stems for the other kinds of flowers. So this is what it's looking like at the moment. Sorry, there we go. Put you a touch closer and hopefully the focus gets better. It's really wanting to focus on those sunflowers, so beautiful as they are. I might just move them out of the way for a moment. There we go. Okay, so here we go. Colouring in some leaves here. I'm going to embrace that kind of thick, heavy stem there and make these leaves particularly large. And do the same for this one. Again, although it looks like I'm drawing on top of those flowers, once I take that wax off, it's actually going to be like they're underneath. Oh, come on, camera. Doesn't want to focus. I guess it's been focusing for quite some time now. There we go. Might be tired. Right. Here we go. Oh gosh, the wax is it's misbehaving. Jungle kind of swirls those flowers. It's nice and full here. Really thin ones for that. I like those cute little flowers there, little daisies. It's nice and full in this egg. I'm running out of space. Where shall we put that one? Wow, I just got a glimpse of this. Can't wait to work with that beautiful pink. This little guy in the middle of this red one was actually a little bit of a mistake, but you know, I think that just kind of made it a bit of a part of the design. Okay, just circling around, making sure that I've got all flowers. Put a few little leaf designs here. So, for example, for my white leaf, you can see I've got a little bit of a swirl from the root of the tree. This is a bit more of a daisy chain swirl with that kind of a leaf. My tiny little daisies there just basically have two little lines. And then this big red one has a big fat leaf, but that'll sit at the background. So I'm confident that that'll look nice. Okay, just doing a final check, making sure that I have all flowers, and then this is ready to go into its final dye, which is very exciting because it means that we're the next stage is removing the wax. I have forgotten just how many flowers I did put on here though, so oh, actually I lie. I'm going to take a little strip, a little bit of the green back, because some of these leaves just need to be coloured in. And to do that, I just want to have a slightly lighter green. I'm just having a look. Gosh, I did put lots of flowers in here. Okay. Right, so Privet, thank you for being here. I'm just going to get some water to give this a little bit of a rinse. What I'm wanting to do is to make just a ever so slightly lighter shade of green, just so that I can colour in some of the leaves that I've just made. I'm going to seal that with some wax and put this onto, onto the final final colour itself, which is going to be, excuse me, a dark green. I'm loving this actual like really grassy green though. It's really cute. Okay, so thank you so much for being here. I'm nearing the end of my live stream, so just to give you a little bit of an update, we've got this little Pysanka here that I'm creating. These two are in progress and near completion. This little Pysanka I made, it's hard to focus, but this little Pysanka I made earlier today. All of them will go into a kind of a bit of a lucky draw situation. So anyone that has donated to the Pysanky for Peace fundraiser by the end of today will go into the draw to be gifted one of these Pysankas, and I'll draw that tomorrow morning. Saying that, the fundraiser, I will keep it open until Orthodox Easter, or the Ukrainian Easter, which is next weekend. So there's still time to donate. I'd love you to spread the word to people. I started off with a target of only $2,000, and I was overwhelmed by everyone's support and have, with everyone's generosity, have managed to raise over $8,000. I'd love to get it to $10,000. Let's see if we can get there, but I need your help. So please help spread the word. I've reached my target of $8,000, but as you know, the situation in Ukraine is incredibly complex and will require lots of international support for humanitarian aid, as well as kind of addressing the current challenges. So yes, and if you donate before tomorrow, you will go in the chance to win one of these little Pysankas. Okay, so just checking that I've got all of my leaves coloured in there, 2 leaves coloured in there. The rest of my leaves are kind of little lines, so not as urgent. Another leaf here. And then this egg is very close to being completed. So it's going to go into its final dye, which I'd like to make a really dark green. Oh, gorgeous. I love it when the dye behaves. And then it's going to be ready to de-wax. So, whew, exciting. We are almost there. Wow, this is the first time I've used this diagonal pattern, as well as just freeform flowers. And oh gosh, I love it. It's really joyous. So let's put this in a green, and then we'll be able to de-wax it. Right, so off it goes. I'll let that sit in there for a little bit. Okay, so you might be able to see just the tiniest bit of the egg sitting at the top. So I'm just going to kind of do a little bit of a egg sitting at the top. So I'm just going to kind of do a little bit of a situation there. You can see it in there. All right. Okay, so next egg that I'd like to do is I'd like to go back to our wintry colour here. Gosh, I just love different shades of blue. So this egg, I'm just going to work with blue the whole time. So those of you who are new, basically here I have a little kiska, And this is a lovely little device that I place wax in, and the wax melts, and then I use the Kiska to draw onto the egg, and then whatever color is on the egg and the wax goes on is the color that it's the egg is going to retain. So once I put this in a different color dye, whatever is under this wax will stay the color that it is at the moment. So, and you can kind of see the results of that here with the various different colors. Okay, so this is a little bit of a kind of free-form egg, which I'm really enjoying. This is the dodgy Kiska. Sorry! There's one in here that's a little bit wobbly, and as I near the end of the day, my brain gets a little bit wobbly, so I'm not going to take the risk. Okay, so I'm going to heat up another Kiska. Sorry, everyone. I know the suspense is very intense. So to let you know as well, with this one, I've used the same pattern, but it will look very different depending on the kind of measurements that I use. So on the right, it's my right anyway, there's a nice kind of thin star shape. And on the left, it's a lot more kind of chunky. All right, here we go. It's nice and ready. So this will actually be the final color that I want on this egg as well. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, after I've done this, I'm just going to actually put it in some water to let it fade a little bit so that I have a slightly lighter color of blue to work with. Thank you to all those that are joining right now. Just chipping away at this Pysanka. I'm working on 4 today. I'm very aware that in this time I'm very privileged to be able to continue this cultural tradition, knowing that the situation in Ukraine is very stressful. But now more than ever, it feels really important to make sure that we keep these cultural practices alive, so that we also know that we can persevere, and that once this horror is over, that Ukrainian culture will flourish again. So I've just made a little bit of a blob there, which is always a bit of a shame with wax, because once you've kind of made a blob, then there's no going back. So as a result, I'm going to now incorporate that into my pattern. It's not the first time I've made a mistake like this. So what I'm going to do is actually make an alternating pattern. So one diamond is going to be a darker one, and one is going to be a slightly lighter one. I'm glad that you're enjoying the different patterns and different shades. I can't wait to show you the technique that I'm going to use for the pink, because it's just really easy and fun. So I'm going to continue on with my existing plan for this tiny diamond area here, and this one I'm going to colour in. Just to embrace the little mistake that's just occurred, mishap. I'm working through the wax quite quickly. Just give you a little insight into what's happening here. So in my Kiska, heating up my wax, and then just drawing it on. And then whatever is under this colour, under this wax at the moment, is I'm going to retain this colour. This beautiful blue. Okay, I think that's it for that blue. Let's have a little bit of a look. I'm going to blow it dry. So what I've done here, it's really hard to see with that one, is that I've kind of got an alternating pattern here. So what I want to do with these little alternating diamonds now is just to remove a little bit of the blue, and then this egg is almost ready to go. I've got this little one in standby. You can see the same colour, very different results. Let me go get some water and I'll be right back. So I'm going to remove a little bit of this blue dye, only just to put it right back on again. And then I'm going to check in with my springtime egg. See how that's going. So not much needs to happen here. Give it a little bit of a bath. A slightly lighter shade. It's hard to tell whether it's lighter or not. Oh no, it definitely is. I think. What do you think? Yeah, that's definitely a lighter colour. Just looking really closely. It's hard because the wax that I've put on is actually quite dark in itself. So I do think that is a lighter colour. Yeah, that's definitely a lighter blue. I mean, look at all the blue that's kind of come out here. Should I give it one more swirl? Yep, I'm going to do it. I'm going to give it one last little swirl. A little bit more of a dancing water. There we go, perfect. All right. We don't want it to be so light that it ends up being too close to the other blue, which now I suspect I may have gone too far. So a little bit of an art here. I'm going to go into this dye for a brief moment, very brief moment. Just throw it in there. Look at this gorgeous little thing. I can't wait to play with that colour. Bring it out again. Yeah, perfect. So I'm going to finish off this this egg, so that it's ready to go into its final colour. And then what I'm going to be able to do is check in on our springtime egg, see how that's going, and that will be ready to de-wax. So let me finish off with this beautiful little egg first, and then there's going to be a kind of rapid fire finish of quite a few of them, which is really exciting. Pink one still has a little bit of way to go, but the technique will be nice and quick. So where am I? I've got my Kiska. So I'm just trying to think of which little bits I want to kind of really colour in here. I know that I want to colour in the centre of those triangles that there's a little diamond every second diamond. So my candle's running nice and low. It's done me well over the last few days. Just a reminder that anyone that donates to this page, no matter what amount, even if it's the amount of a cup of coffee, whatever you're able to do. If you aren't able to do that, even sharing this is really wonderful. And you'll go in the running to win one of these little Kiskas. Pysanka. Sorry, everyone. I'm 7 hours in and losing my mind a little bit. Okay, let's get colouring. Oh, I just love this bit. Colouring's one of the nice things to do, because you get a nice hot wax and it just flows out really nicely. There we go. Really love this shade of blue. So this, I'm actually working with a blue egg as well, which is a real treat. So I thought I would celebrate its blueness by embracing the different shades of blue. Just to give you an idea of the kind of 4 designs that I have today, that you can actually be really varied with the way that you approach making these little Pysanka or Pysanky. Each different symbol has different meanings as well, which is lovely. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more detail. Oh, almost a blob. It's getting towards the end of the day. So what happens is, I think it's because I'm using such hot wax. Sometimes when you put wax into your Kiska, it can kind of pool up a little bit at the bottom there. It's hard for you to see. But we just kind of, that's why I've got so many tissues wiping up the waxy mess. Okay. Oh, Penny, what a beautiful question. Do these eggs kind of become little treasures within my family? We actually don't have any that has been made by my nana, but once I blow an egg out, I can keep it for a long amount of time. So I have a little kind of bowl of eggs. My auntie does. My auntie might even have some of my nana's eggs, but she definitely treasures the eggs that she, sorry, I shouldn't say eggs, the Pysanky that she has made. They kind of come into like a little, they've got a little displayed in a display cupboard. Also, one of my friends recently gave birth to a beautiful little girl, and they're a Ukrainian couple, and the mother gifted them a Pysanka that will kind of, be a little bit of a treasure for that baby as it grows. And although I'm not quite sure what was on the egg itself, that kind of had particular patterns for good health or whatever wishes she wanted. So instead of a card, in a way, they kind of gifted an egg. Okay, I think that this one is ready to go into its final colour. It's hard for me to let go of an egg because I always want to add little details, but I just think this one is looking good. Do I want to add any last little dots? I'm doing it. I'm going to add a dot. Okay, so let's hope this doesn't end up being blobs. After I've done this art penny, I will show you a little collection of some of my eggs that I've kept. But I must say this year it's very nice to be gifting them to people, which is the original kind of intention. There we go. This is ready to go into its final colour. Okay, let that brew in there for a little bit. Got our springtime egg that we're about to get rid of all of the wax. So just to quickly show you some of my little previous creations that I've made, they are empty. So some people don't empty their eggs out, and what happens is that actually after a while they'll crack and be quite smelly. But I think originally what used to happen was that you would use kind of food-friendly dye, and that perhaps they would eat the eggs, but I'm not too sure about that. This is a really simple pattern, and one of the first ones I did. I remember doing this as a child, but this is mine as an adult, and very typically of me. Then I kind of went to the back of the book to pick one of the hardest, and this is one of those eggs. I kind of sat there for 14 hours chipping away at it. It's quite messy, but in my perspective, but I just have such fond memories. I think this egg was when I first kind of fell in love with the whole art of it all. Okay, time to get rid of some wax. I definitely have also gifted some people some eggs, and will continue to do so. Right, let's look at this springtime egg. Let's hope it's looking nice and green. Oh, yeah, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so we're ready for some de-waxing, which is fantastic. Blow that candle out. So, oh, look at that! Oh, my God. I love this part so much. Come on, focus, camera. It's not liking it. There we go. So this is what it's looking like. The green is, it just kind of looks really just kind of grassy in a way in its texture, which I just really love. Okay, I'm going to get a little bit more organized and we'll get rid of that wax. Okay, let's put you, where will I put you? What jar will I be able to use? Okay, here we go, everyone. I'm just going to close the door because what I don't want is any wind. Because the wind causes a bit of ash. Okay. Actually don't want on the egg. There we go. It's a little bit of what it's looking like. That focus of that camera. Some really cute little flowers in there. So here I don't want the egg to be too hot. So I keep rotating where I'm de-waxing and melting the wax. It's just so I don't compromise the shell and, make a bit of an omelette of sorts. Never go past a classic daisy. Oh, cute. I'm loving this little bundle of flowers here. Oh, come on. Camera just doesn't like to focus. It's had a long 4 days. When doing Pysanky, I always feel like I get impatient with the color white. You're looking at a white egg. Sometimes you can be looking at a white egg for such a long amount of time, and you just want to move on to the next color. But every time I melt wax on an egg, I feel like the white always rewards me because it always just pops out so beautifully, which I'm trying to show you now. So even those kind of little dots, that beautiful. See, I just think white, you're always rewarded if you kind of stick with the white for a little while. It's looking nice. I hope you like it. Penny, my mother's just replied to you in the chat in regards to that question. Definitely do have the benefit of some modern tools at the moment. Oh, I can feel the egg is really hot on one side, so I'm really going to make sure that I don't overdo it. Oh, it's beautiful. I really love this little pattern. Again, I've just been inspired by some other styles that I've seen. I've never done this diagonal style, but I think that's a keeper. I'm definitely going to do that again. Okay. I think we're almost done. Just getting any last bits of wax off. Oh, gosh. What a pleasure. It's actually so nice to know that as soon as I've done this one, I've got another egg waiting in dye ready to be de-waxed. So the process continues. I haven't given much love to my little pink one yet, though, so I might give a bit more attention to that shortly. Ooh, this egg is hot. Should never rush the process. Okay, I'm just going to give it a last little kind of check. When I say that, don't feel too hopeful because there's always bits of sneaky dye left on there. Sneaky wax. But it is feeling pretty smooth. Oh, it's hot. Very hot. I'm really cutting it fine there. Okay, but all of the wax, from what I can see, is gone. So I'm going to give you a quick 360 look. Okay, so get rid of all that smoke. I'm going to put the light a little bit closer as we move into the darker hours. Okay. Right, So here is a 360 of an egg which is out of focus. Don't worry, I'll make sure we get this shot. There we go. See, as this was actually a little bit of a mistake, that kind of thick line, but you just kind of incorporate it into the pattern, and I'm actually quite like that as a feature. So there it is. Oh, I love it. I'm very happy with this little one. So I'm going to put some dye on it, and then we'll check in with our last 2 eggs. Oh, and by saying put some dye on it, I mean I'm going to polish it. Everyone, it's been a big few days. My brain's not operating so well. But I must say I'm very happy and very content right now. Oh, I just love this springtime egg. It's been a really nice opportunity to try some new patterns. Okay. Every little step in the process is has a little bit of danger associated with it, so I'm just being really careful and holding this in my hand so as to not lose my grip. And I'm going to place it down there with my other eggs. And next thing, I'm going to check in on the other egg and return to the pink one. Okay, I'll just wash my hands. Okay. Oh, we'll say goodbye to that little, both of these Pysanky for a moment. Let's go check in with our blue one. Blue one. I just want to see how that's going. Well, actually, before that moment of truth, I'm going to just dip this into a new dye. I just really want to get this as radiant as possible, this pink. So this is new, freshly made dye. Let's see, I'll leave that in there for a little bit longer. I'm going to get even more vibrant pink if it's possible. Might not be, but worth a shot. Okay, let's move on to our blue one. We're ready for de-waxing. That's not blue, that's green. Let's see, here we go. It's in this one. I remember the first time we did this around my family table in Barrel. We would start to lose track of what eggs were in what containers. Okay, so have a little look at how this is looking. Oh, gorgeous. Love it. I mean, do I ever say anything else when it comes out of dye? I think I do. I have had some nervous moments. So look at that beautiful deep blue that is. Very exciting. So I'm ready to de-wax this one. And I'm really excited because, it's an opportunity to see one pattern and different colors and approaches and how different they can be. So I'll just make sure that all of that dye is off. Great. If you've joined in now, Privet, you've come at a really great time. I'm just about to de-wax this egg, which is arguably the most exciting moment of Pysanky processes. So I'm going to place this. I'm going to put you up a little bit higher. So basically a little bit of an outline of what's kind of happened with this little Pysanka is, and the process of Pysanky making more generally, is it's using dye and wax. So you start off with an egg. This instance, it was a beautiful little blue egg from Shady Patches Farm. Thank you. I'm definitely going to thank lovely Kim for her beautiful little chicken eggs that she's given me. And then you gradually put wax on the egg, layer it with dye, different dyes, and each time you put wax on the egg, it repels the dye, so the kind of whatever the colour egg is at that moment in time is what colour it's going to remain. Okay, I'm going to be quiet and remove some of this wax. So I'm just holding it over the candle to melt. I think this one's going to be quite magical. And there we go. This is a little bit of insight into what it is looking like when the camera focuses. There we go. So I just want to focus on different shades of blue in this one. This is how this is looking as the wax comes off. Really cute little egg. Quite a simple pattern. If you're a first-time Pysanky approacher, first time making a Pysanka, this can be a nice pattern for you. After this egg, there's only one more remaining. Just removing the wax, and this is what it's starting to look like. Really important not to burn the egg. It's a very delicate process. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing very intricate surgery on a chicken egg. But there's lots of opportunities to break an egg throughout the process, and this can be one of them. If the egg gets too hot, it can kind of compromise the strength of the shell, so you don't want that to happen. A little bit more wax to go. I'm just trying to avoid kind of going over the little bits that I've just gone over so it doesn't hurt the egg. Here we go. Privet to whoever just joined us. Lovely to have you here. I'm in the final stages of this egg, this Pysanka that I've created. I'm trying to get the camera to focus on it. This is what it's looking like. Each different egg and symbol on the Pysanka has different meaning. So this is a rosette style flower. It does look quite like a star, but just the kind of pattern itself is a rosette. This kind of represents love, charity, and goodwill. And I know a light blue represents kind of air, the kind of life-breathing air. But let me just have a really quick look to see what a deeper blue represents. A royal blue is a kind of a royal colour and trust in a higher life. All right, I think we are nearing the end. I'm just having a last check to see if there's any last bits of wax on this. I don't think there is. So here we go. This is another beautiful little Pysanka. And get rid of that. I've only got one more to make. Oh gosh, the smoke is quite intense. So this is what this is looking like. Beautiful blue one. I've just done one side, which makes it a little bit less of a kind of timely process. I'm going to put some dye, not some dye, I'm going to put some varnish on that and let it rest, and then move into our final little egg. A bit of polish can really kind of help lift the colors, particularly with that blue. Oh, wow, very simple. See, this is a really, really, really simple pattern, and really just using, there's only 2 dyes and just kind of fading the colors. So I'm going to pop that there. This is how, oh, look at that. This is what our little eggs are looking like. So, sorry, I'm trying to move you without touching dye. This is what our eggs are looking like so far. And we've just got one more to go. So, one more to go. So, let me wash my hands and I'll be back for the final egg. Okay, here we go. Oh, look at these gorgeous little things. I hope you're enjoying the final few minutes of this live stream. We've just got one last egg to go, and I'm actually going to use what I believe is quite a simple kind of colouring in technique. Oh, look, beautiful. I'm glad that I persisted with that extra layer of dye, because that has just kind of come up really, really gorgeous, kind of a magenta colour. So I'm going to let that little egg rest there. I'm going to move this because if I spill it, it's not going to be a good situation. Okay. Oh, look at it. Love that colour. Okay, so basically I'm just going to do some kind of colouring in with this one. I'll show you what I mean in a second. I just love that colour. So, so rich. What do I need to do that? Excuse me. Candle. I can tell my brain is at the end of its capacity. Just be really careful of that dye there, because I don't want to let it spill. Sorry, my house is a mess and my partner has to deal with it, which is never really fun for anyone. Okay, so I am going to start colouring in. So I'll first of all start off by, I want to have a thick, kind of like really embrace this kind of magenta colour in these kind of outer spurs, I guess. But then the star itself, I want to almost like make a little bit of a gradient from this kind of bright pink that it is at the moment to a little bit of a lighter one. So I'll show you how I go about that as we go. So bring you a little bit closer. You hear any sounds in the background, don't stress, Ben, you can make noise. My partner is very kindly making some borscht, which is a delicious Ukrainian meal, beetroot soup. Cooking is definitely not my forte, so I'm very glad that he's got excited by this. So we had some delicious borscht in Ukraine itself, and I'm very excited to have some borscht tonight. So if you hear any kitchen sound, that's what's going on. And I very much encourage you to check out, get a recipe online for borscht, because it is smazhno, which means delicious in Ukrainian. So using my heavy kiska here, I'm getting a lot more brave with that over the process of the last few days. As you can see there, sometimes it really can't control the wax as much as it comes out. So I only use the heavy kiska for colouring in larger sections like this. I really love the combination of pink and green. Pink symbolises a success, and green symbolises hope and new life, particularly life after death. So really kind of hopeful colours that I'm putting into this egg for our friends and family in Ukraine at the moment. There we go. This is how it's looking. Okay, I'm going to move to a, actually no, I'm going to start. So I'm going to start my gradient pattern. So I'm going to do a little bit more flourishing with these dots, because anyone that has been following me, I love my dot patterns. But I am also, I'm just going to kind of start this gradient, and I'll explain it as I go. But basically what I want to do, I'm just going to kind of start this gradient, and I'll explain it as I go. But basically what I want to do in the center, and just kind of start with a little bit of a circle. So I'm going to start like this. And gradually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to gradually remove layers of this dye just by dipping it in water, and make this circle a little bit larger. So hopefully the effect is that gradually it kind of goes from a dark pink through to a light pink. So that's the aim. Let's see the results and how that works. I'll admit I haven't tried this yet. Let me just indulge in my desire to beautify these dots a little bit. So as you can see, that was the initial kind of colour of the egg there. And I'm just going to put some wax around it, make the circle larger to give it a pink border. Privyet to those who have just joined. I just want to give you a little show of the Pysanka that I've worked on today. So these are the three. This is the final one that we're working on. We are working on together. It's lovely to have you here. Please feel free to comment. It's really nice to know who's here with me. So there we go. I just love this colour. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so that's ready to go. So I'll just get a little bit of water, and we'll gradually strip back this dye, increase our circle, and yeah, follow the gradient kind of colour scheme. Last egg then. Okay, so just going to strip up a little bit of this pink dye, but not too much. So we don't want it, we want to kind of gradually make our way to slightly lighter. So we'll work with that. Привет to whoever's just joined us. Lovely to have you here. I'm nearing the end of this egg, my final Pysanka for the day. So thank you for being here. It's been a really wonderful few days, and I'm so grateful for everyone that's so generously supported or been able to share this page. It's going to such important cause. So thank you. Okay. And I think it's such a lovely opportunity to be able to share this beautiful cultural practice with you, because I think it's important that we know what we are fighting for when the Ukrainians are fighting for independence. This is the very thing, this beautiful culture and these beautiful traditions. Make this circle a little wider. Great. Now, because I'm a person that often changes my mind, my partner's laughing in the background, I'm going to go back into some darker colouring. I'm going to go a little bit darker before I go lighter again. So. Hard to tell if how much, what version of pink we're at. But so while there are really quite detailed Pysanky that I made over the last few days, there are also simpler patterns, and I find it can be really good just to work on one side sometimes. One side of an egg allows you to kind of practice something, and but also doesn't take you too many hours, like a 9-hour marathon like I did yesterday. When I say a marathon, it's more a kind of Pysanky meditation. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm going to trust that that's a little bit darker. I don't know what you think about it. I think it might be. But I'm just going to try and do a thin kind of pink line here. Don't like things to be too even. Privet to people that have just joined. Just give you a little insight into my Pysanky that I've made today. And I'm just here melting this kiska, melting the wax in this little tool, which I call a kiska, for the final stages of this Pysanka. Okay, I'm just going to keep it simple. You have to make sure that I stick to that word. I don't know how you're going to do it, but I'm just going to do one line. So I'm using a little bit of a kind of technique here where I just want to kind of have different shades of pink as this kind of flower, starry flower, unfolds. So just putting waxes along the edge. There we go. I know I said I'm going to keep it simple. Just going to do a little kind of nice tip there. So that white is actually it's actually a really pale blue in the initial color of this egg. I've just laid wax on top of it. So this is still quite a waxy egg. So the next step here, once I kind of finish coloring in this star with wax, is to actually melt the wax off the egg, and that kind of reveals the different patterns and colors that are underneath. Okay, there we go. A little bit more colouring in to do. First we remove a bit more of the wax. Ugh, the dye. I'm absolutely losing my words. But thank you for being here all the same. It's a bit strange talking to myself in many ways. Okay. Here we go. It's looking a little bit lighter. As you can see. So I reckon I'll lighter. As you can see. So I reckon I'll do probably about 2 more of these. Or one more, maybe. Let's see how we go. I might even use my slightly heavier kiska here to move, which will make me move a little bit faster. So for those of you that have just joined, Privet, hello. This is a lovely tradition of Pysanky making. I'm trying very hard to retrain myself to, instead of say Pysanky, Pysanky, which I have been told is the more proper way to say it. It's something that is done with friends and family as an Easter tradition. And each egg or Pysanky has different symbols and colours on it, each with different meaning. Has different symbols and colours on it, each with different meaning. And the idea is that you gift these eggs to people in your life. And as you write the Pysanka, you are kind of imbuing each different egg with the kind of well wishes that you're writing on the egg itself. So this year, given I know so many of my friends can't actually take part in this practice in Ukraine at the moment because of the Russian invasion and their situation, I am really doing this for them, thinking of them, and with your generous support, being able to raise some funds. So thank you so much for your support. It's hard to know where I started this circle. I think that's it. Okay, we're getting closer. Just going to strip a very small amount off. This egg is nearly complete. You can see underneath here is the original kind of color of this dye. Just going to do a little bit more detail with this shade into the edges of the petal or the edges of the star. It's more like a star, really. And then I'll remove one more layer of dye, and then I'm going to actually put this into a final black colour, and then it will be ready to de-wax. I can say de-wax, and then the wax will be ready to melt off. And the wax will be ready to melt off. Sounds really nice, really, doesn't it? Oh, what's that, Ben? I can smell something nice being made.
It's vegetable broth.
Vegetable broth. It's actually not that exciting. I thought it might be dill, which is commonly used in borscht. Just the classic veggie stock. There you go. Clearly my knowledge of such sense is limited. Okay, there we go. We'll put in the last kind of, give it its last rinse, get rid of any last bits of dye, colour it in, and then I'm going to put it in some black dye, and then we'll almost be finished. I'm changing my mind again. I'm actually going to put it in some dye. I want to get it some of that dark colour again. Should I do that? Yeah, I want to do it. At this point, you're probably ready for me to just finish this process. But maybe I'm holding on. Don't want it to end. A little bit of cleaning up. Yeah, I just want to bring some of that beautiful magenta back. Okay, I promise this is the last dye. No more. I'm just going to fill those colours in. No more dots. Just that black finishing dye and then some de-waxing. Okay, yeah, glad I did that. I just love that colour too much. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we go. I've colored all of my egg in with wax. I'm just going to triple check that I have actually done that. I've made mistakes before. So, yep, all of that is pretty waxy. Yeah, there we go. Resisting the temptation to do any more dots because I have it covered. Okay, right. I'm going to dip this into some black dye, final dye, and then we're going to de-wax this or melt the wax off this, and we will be finished. Oh, sorry. Okay. Lovely. Welcome to my messy table. You don't get to see the mess when you're so zoomed in. Just checking this is black. Great. Okay, so in it goes. It's nearing an end. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I mean, don't worry, I haven't finished yet. We'll just wait for this to kind of soak up the black dye. But I just want to say thank you so much for being here with me throughout this process. It has been hard to be. I've been on tour, and it's been hard to be away from my Ukrainian community centre in Brisbane while away on tour. And I really felt that I wanted to do something for the Ukrainian people. So in this time, so I've been kind of planning this for quite some time, and I'm really glad that I've been able to share this with you, and grateful for everyone that's donated. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, the donation page will remain open for a little bit longer, until next weekend, which is the Ukrainian Easter. So please, I'd really love you to spread the word if you think anyone else might like to donate. Just have a little bit of a check-in with our Pysanky here. Oh, it just wants to stay pink. Let's have a little look. Excuse me. Look, pink. All right, let's have a little bit of a try what we can do here. I might just want to, I've got enough vinegar in there. It certainly smells like vinegar. I'm just going to leave it in there for a little bit longer, and we'll see what happens. So I might take a little 5-minute break, and I'll be back here in 5 minutes for to check on how this egg is going. Hopefully she's looking a little bit darker. It may take a little bit longer than 5 minutes, and then I'm going to de-wax this egg, and yeah, that'll show you the final 4 little creations. Okay, see you soon. Tulips, thank you for joining towards the end. This little egg just doesn't want to pick up that black dye. And I'm actually wondering whether it is my dye solution itself. So I have tried dipping it in blue, which is actually very beautiful. A beautiful kind of color like that. But we do already have a blue egg, so I have mixed up some new black dye solution. So I know the suspense is very frustrating, but I'm going to dip it in there and just see if that works. It wants to soak up any of that colour. So I do love the black eggs, can be really beautiful. Let's give it a little moment. You can tell quite quickly if it wants to soak up the dye, but if it doesn't, I think I'm quite happy that a blue finish will look gorgeous. So let's see if it's picking it up. Yeah, this egg just wants to be blue. Okay, let me go back into the blue for a little moment just to really refine that. And I think that's going to be a beautiful solution. Okay. Oh, what a little cutie. Okay, sorry, let me move the dyes, share this with you a little bit. I'll just get rid of this. Sorry. Hey, everyone. Pop that in there. Okay, so the final steps of the process are always the most exciting when we get to reveal the pattern. So I'm just going to light my candle here. It's always definitely the most delightful part. Okay, so just while this is going into a dye, I just want to show you our other little creations from today. So we have this beautiful egg, Pysanka. It's just got some tulips. The other two, I'll just see if they're a little bit, here we go. This gorgeous springtime egg, nice and polished, a bit more free-form, lots of flowers to represent care and love and goodwill, and a green finish to kind of represent hope, and this beautiful blue egg, the kind of wintry colour, but this is kind of trust in a higher life, and blue is really representative of air and the life that air gives. Okay, so our final one. Oh, the final one, I've chosen to use green and pink focus. I think that, so again, that kind of green color is really hopeful, and pink is with success. And the combination of the two, I just think is really gorgeous. So here we go. Final little bit for our egg. Lovely. So here we have a nice waxy egg. I just want to remove all of that wax, and that's going to reveal the pattern that's underneath. So here we go, final one. There we go, there's that gorgeous magenta colour coming through. wanted to get that kind of nice gradient of the colours there. Just really want to make sure I don't kind of crack the egg by making it so hot. What I love about this little tradition is you have to take it slow. I may kind of want to finish this after so many hours or so, but you know, the practice, there's so much risk that the egg will break. So you just need to take your time and try and be calm and patient. And I don't know, I love that. I love that as a really beautiful practice. And as I mentioned, the best way to make Pysanky is with friends and family around a little table with some paska, which is some Ukrainian sweet bread. I'm very lucky that a lovely lady from the Ukrainian community in Brisbane made some very delicious paska that I got to enjoy. But I'm very glad to be able to share this tradition with you this year. We're almost finished. The wax is almost coming off. You know what? I just love that blue color, actually. And it's meant to be. And last we'll check to see if there's any little bits of wax. I think actually it's all good. So the final step before, of course, removing the yolk, which I won't include in this process, mainly because actually the eggs, the polish needs to dry first, but also it can be a little bit gruesome. I do have a Facebook video if you're really wanting to be involved and check that out. So you can check it out there. Oh, look at this little darling of an egg. So this little Pysanka, very simple to make. If I just show you side by side with this one, same kind of patterns, but just you can just have really varied results and experiences depending on which kind of styles and colors you choose. Okay, there's that die. Okay. And when I say dye, like every time I have said dye, I actually mean polish. Okay, so we've got our little things here. I'm sure anyone that's been here before, I once was in a situation where I opened my my polish and accidentally cracked the egg open in the process. So eggs do break, it happens. Can be a little bit heart-wrenching, but I guess, it's just not meant to be. So we'll just polish this up. Oh, it always looks gorgeous with a little bit of polish. And this polish kind of helps contain the colours best it can over time, so it lasts nice and long. All right, so I'm going to place this here next to my others, quickly wipe my hands, and oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Right, here we go. These beautiful little Pysanky made today. And not only that, sorry, this also marks an end for this this part of the fundraiser. I say this part because I've finished making my Pysanky, but the fundraiser will stay open for another week until Ukrainian Easter. So I'd love you to share the page, donate if you can, spread the word. My understanding is that a lot of people have been quite distressed by the situation they've seen in Ukraine, but haven't really known where to donate. So I think that this fundraiser hopefully is a really good opportunity to direct people to the Ukrainian Crisis Appeal, which is providing humanitarian aid on the ground in Ukraine for Ukrainians. So, I feel a bit emotional. Jackie, thank you so much for being here with me. These beautiful little Pysanky will be gifted to people tomorrow. So anyone that has donated, no matter what amount, by midnight tonight, will go into a bit of a lucky dip to be gifted one of these little Pysanky. Pysanky's plural, Pysanka is individual. And for me, that it's really important that we do that because everyone that donates, no matter what amount, it's really important, and your support is greatly appreciated. I'll give you a last little zoom in, but yes, here we go. These little eggs, these little creations today, made with lots of love. A reminder that Pysanka are made in a kind of meditative state of love. Each egg is gifted to someone, and this year in particular, I've been thinking of a lot of my Ukrainian friends and family in Ukraine at the moment who are going through a really challenging time, some needing to flee, some in and out of bomb shelters, and it's been a very distressing time. So it's really important that we try and do whatever we can to support them through this time, because Ukrainians are resilient, but they need our support. But most importantly, the Ukrainian culture is beautiful, and it has been sustained over some of the most challenging of times, and it will sustain itself. I know this culture will continue, and the Ukrainian culture will continue to flourish long into the future. And part of that is being able to share this little part of Pysanky and this little tradition with you. So, Jackie, thank you for being here, and Slava Ukraini.